I'm not opposing it by any means. It
Right,
used to
you're
be a
fine.
lady who
Used to be,
came.
yeah, bro, she's too,
Her
she
daughter
is,
and,
Yeah.
she has moved,
That's right.
she's moved to another area, but the other person, I can't think of who it is right now, but I'm like Bobby, if you all, if there's no opposition, I would say leave it where it is and but I would like to find out, I agree with you.
I have no opposition.
I think that's, without having to vote, I think, Doug, that's a.
So we'll
answer for us.
leave the 1,000 for the Special Olympics.
Correct.
And Crystal, if you could just forward that to Chairman Emmert.
May I ask a question about one of the donations? Jolly Glee's, senior citizens, I thought we were getting more than that because of the need for the roof replacement and so forth.
I can answer that. We can't give specifically for that. There's, Patty, you and I talked about that one time before. There's something code-wise or something. I can't explain exactly, Ms. Pryor, but that's the reason why. We can give more money, but we can't give specifically for a roof.
But that's all that's all she asked for though.
Yeah, but that was what they asked for.
25, we gave her 25.
We gave it 25.
Right.
Which was a little bit,
A little bit of an increase.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah,
But we cannot specify it as for roofing or
I
whatever else.
understand
That's-
that. Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
but that's what they asked for.
Right, okay.
All right,
I
know
think
y'all-
we do with the college, it's the 5,000 that we recommended for the
Well,
college.
they asked for 87.97.
And you said something about per diem, and that's
Yeah, I think it's, in hindsight, when I went back and looked at their application, it's based on the number of students from Prince Edward attending. So typically, they're not asking for a whole lot, but I think, especially now, a lot of kids, because of the financial stress, they're staying at home and going to community college versus going away, or at least go 2
And
years
doing a
at
lot of
community
it
college.
online as
Yeah, I
well.
think we support that, I
Yeah,
support that, the 8797.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I must have heard y'all say something at Madeline's house, but we'll just go with the 4,800, right?
Madeline's house.
Yeah.
It was an awful significant increase they had requested.
They wanted 20, they asked for 20.
It's 319% increase.
Yeah, they requested $20,099.
They didn't have any. Did they have someone, I was gonna say, they didn't have anyone this year that came either.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did, they had two
Yeah,
young
two
ladies.
You're exactly right, they came later, that's right,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, they came.
They came later, they weren't, that's
I think
right.
they're looking at a new structure or something.
I've got
Did you
you.
talk about a new location? or
Hang on,
something
Doug's gonna look it up.
I'm looking it up.
I
I can
didn't hear
find it.
that,
You didn't hear that?
but they haven't been having a lot of people either.
I was gonna say, that's a large increase considering
That there's
the
nobody.
usage this year.
Yep.
So we want to level funding,
That's what I'd vote for.
level funding 48?
Yeah.
Downtown Farmville.
They still got an office over, I talked to Jen Cox. They gave a presentation to the council last month. I forwarded y'all a copy of the kind of little flyer fact sheet. We certainly could have them come over to the board if you wanted to see them, but I didn't ask per se. I know we're also providing, like I said, in-kind office support over the tourism building, visitor center.
Still level funding. It's
Level
the
funding
level
is
funding
good.
from last year,
Okay.
from this to previous year.
And that's all they
This year.
requested, so.
Yeah. I'm good with it.
Piedmont Senior Resources, didn't you read an article or something, they got a $1 million grant last year?
Yeah, they get an awful lot of money in from outside other than us.
Did they receive that? You know?
I think they have. And they had just beat us out of an increase.
We have the most clients in Piedmont Senior Resources. We get valuable services.
I understand, but they have a whole lot of money.
I don't think it's the fact of them having so much money. I think it's a fact of us showing that we stand behind and approve, and we still don't pay the full amount that they're requesting, but I
Right,
think it's
right.
great that we've done some increases over the past
Exactly.
couple of years.
And I really pushed last year, and we got an increase.
I think we by far use more services than anybody else.
Than
Our
anybody.
constituents
Our
do.
citizens.
And this puts us at least before, close to the top, I think, as far as locality contribution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
Scope Meals on Wheels, I support that.
Yeah,
I know they they bring those meals out in the rural areas, deliver them.
Yeah.
The Scope, I know Miss Shepperson used to do it. They used to do a pretty good job. The 5,000.
They didn't
But they
request
didn't
this year.
request anything this year.
They did,
They didn't request.
did, they,
You still haven't heard back from them?
you still have.
Yeah, that was not-
My suggestion would be leave it in the budget. If they don't make the request or don't, you don't,
But that's
comfortable,
what
we don't have to pay it.
Especially those people out in the rural area, 'cause you got some people, I know one lady, Miss Bertha Jefferson, she was,
wouldn't be eaten otherwise.
yeah. They
Yeah,
do-
I don't-
Yeah, they got,
I have no
I
problem
mean,
with
they
that.
bring like a lunch meal and a dinner meal for them.
I didn't have anything from Madeline in my book. Crystal, do you have anything?
It's on the south side center.
That's why.
Yeah, it's changed.
I got you. All right. For violence prevention.
That's right.
Jerry, Russell requesting something?
No, we got it in the community recreation, line,
Line item now.
yeah.
Lou wasn't here for that argument, was he, Bobby? The three of us going round and round and round, weren't we?
Friendly conversation.
Dialogue.
That's right. Farmville area bus, what did we decide on it? Did I just not write it down, or we haven't?
We didn't
We haven't
have
talked
at that
about it yet.
time a request letter. We have since gotten that from the town for both of their items, the bus and also the airport.
Town's got a 2.5% tax increase this year, they just voted on. I don't think anybody cares about that but me and
That's a,
Beverly.
Beverly. The 2.5?
Yeah,
And have
Well, it's
cents.
going to be in 13 cents.
but it's percent rather
But
than
it's
2.5 cents.
Right.
Total
50 cents.
equalization.
Yeah, we did talk about the farmer area bus, right?
Well, we didn't have their request at the last, we didn't have the information, we may have had their request, but Doug said that the,
Request in hand now.
The 28 requesting 25?
So requesting level funding
Okay.
for the airport.
The
airport on here?
They wanted
I don't
to,
see that.
Sound like
at
cows
the
are keeping
bottom of the
jobs.
second page, 76 and now. That's fine, good.
you all agreeing to level funding there? Is that the
Yeah.
agreement without a vote
And area bus too.
in area bus?
Yeah,
I tell
Does the
you,
bus go outside town? I
it
don't.
does.
it
Okay.
does.
It runs
Prospect,
certain days a week, and it's a,
Maharon, Rice,
Well, good.
it does.
That gives a lot of people
Prospect too.
ability to
Yeah,
get, go
Prospect.
shopping and whatever else they need to do.
Yeah, and then drop them off and then pick them up.
Legal aid, they wanted, what, 1350?
That's usually
I
based
said level
on.
funding.
Yeah, I think we level funded that.
1,200.
Level funded 1,200?
They do a lot of work for people who otherwise, excuse me, who otherwise would not be able to. And that little increase wouldn't hurt. I think we should definitely give them that 13.
I'm fine, 1350.
I
And
mean,
that's
do a
usually
lot.
based on, it's,
Percentage of
They
people.
get a lot
that
from
they
the state, don't you, Doug?
they do, I'm reading their request right now. Said fiscal year 1920, they had 146 cases in Prince Edward, which is, that's a high number of cases.
do. It is.
300 people, we're covering $28,125. Yeah, they operate, let's see. Majority of that money is coming in from state, because their total budget's $3 million, I know. 3.6 million next year. They only get 50,000 of their $3.6 million budget comes from localities. And that's Lynchburg, Farmville, Danville, Suffolk offices, but all the counties that surround. So they're only getting 50 grand, so they're getting a thousand and some dollars per county. It's not much.
That's not a lot of.
But I think they leverage that with other money they get.
Kind of a match,
Yeah.
so percentage of the match.
So the 1350?
Yes.
I guess there's a little dissension there, so I'm gonna just ask for a vote on that one right there, so we would know there's been a Jerry, you making a motion?
Yeah, I can do that.
Jerry's made the motion for 1350.
second.
Patty seconds. Ms. Pride,
Yes.
myself, yes. Patty,
Yes.
Beverly,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Bobby,
Yes.
Jerry,
Yes.
Lou.
Yes.
Okay. Where else do we need?
Well, I think Crossroads is the last one we've got, and there was, of course, and I talked to the chairman, we had some questions about what the budget was, and there's 60,000 in the proposed budget, but I think it's one that we want to revisit, because y'all had some questions about Crossroads operations, what their future plans are, so I just for, I guess, clarify that I tried to, anybody I talked to said, well, it's in the budget, board certainly up to the appropriations resolution can adjust that, but, based on feedback, I think y'all have some concerns that we want to make sure get addressed before we formally commit to the funding.
I will tell you all that I've literally got, I don't know how many emails yesterday and today. I mean, literally, I don't know how many. And one person who was actually there for 23 years said that there were 20 people or more that would be glad if we needed them to go to court or whatever else, that there had just been a lot of things that took place. Some may have been quote unquote legal, but were not ethical. They weren't necessarily saying that there had been a lot of illegal activity, just a lot of things that were not done correctly. And a lot of it did not follow their handbook. And I got a 13 or 14 page letter from a gentleman yesterday that had worked there, I think, 20 years. And he was one of the ones let go, and he said, I don't want, not asking for a job back or whatever else, but I will tell you all that there is a serious problem there. And he sent me information from where Miss Baker had been at New River, not Crossroad, but New River Mental Health.
CSP.
There you go.
Yep.
Before. And she was only there a few months because they let her go for doing pretty much the same thing that's happening here. And the mental health board, Ms. Pride, at any time, chime in. The mental health board, from what I understand, recommended that she not be hired here. The state mental board, and they did anyway for whatever reason. I certainly can't tell you that. But anyway, the long-term care, I'm going to use the word administrator, and that might be the wrong title, who was there for 23 years, was let go, and they supposedly through reduction, that's the only way that they could legally be let go was a reduction in force. RIF is what it was. But within a few days, they had rehired her position with someone who had literally just gotten her license like 3 weeks before. And that was when all of this came about, the reason why that was such a big deal, that was the daughter of one of the people who was on the board who got hired. So it's a mess. I'm not gonna say that that it's quote unquote illegal, but I will say that it's against their bylaws. And one of the questions that I would like to ask her tonight, first and foremost, was if she is the administrator, who is supposed to toe the line to what their bylaws are? Because they have several board members that if they're gonna follow their guidelines, can't serve on the board. And they're trying to change, I know this because got a phone call yesterday also, that they're gonna change the bylaws a little bit to read differently about that. And they called me and asked me what the county would think about it, and I said, I can't answer for the county. But I will tell you all what I said. I said, I don't know why in the world that you would change the bylaws to allow anyone to serve on a board whose children or wife work there. If it's in the bylaws, it was there for a reason. It's not illegal, but it's certainly not ethical. And they said, oh, well, we don't want to get rid of anybody that's on the board. And I said, well, according to your bylaws, they're not on the board. They said, well, they've been voting. I said, it doesn't matter as to whether they voted or not. According to your bylaws, they're not serving.
Well, they don't have to get off the board,
The daughter can quit. That's right. That's right.
There's another way around.
That's right. So it is a mess. And
Jack Howden told me that, before the crowd gets in here, but Jack Howden told me that, get her to answer the question because she said she's famous for filibustering. Said she's an intelligent lady, she's got a PhD and so forth. Not that she's any smarter than any of us, but she's good at filibustering and leading things off and so forth and not answering the question.
she is terrific at circumventing what you ask. So that was one thing that
Right.
that I'm going to require her tonight is if she goes on that, I'm going to be polite and just say, Ms. Baker, we want you to specifically answer yes or no, or answer the question and not give us a lot of.
Yeah.
Is she gonna be over the phone or?
She's supposed to be here, correct, Doug?
And
She is-
since there's money involved, she probably will be here.
That's
How
right.
many years has she served on the board, served that
4.5, if I'm not mistaken.
first one I've seen her 4.5 years?
That's exactly right.
Jack also said that a lot, and so did Woodall, that if you argue with it and you work there, you're gone.
Well, that was flat out. It wasn't necessarily written. I didn't see the email, but I saw some other emails where people that work there where she specifically said to them, you can have it any way you want to if you want your job. So it was not it wasn't necessarily wasn't written, so they can't quote unquote prove it, but it's a mess. I'll just tell you all, it's a mess. Ms. Pride knows.
Yeah, well, I would like to ask a question. David, are you gonna be the one who starts the conversation?
I plan to, because there are a couple questions that I would like to ask her just to kind of break the ice, and then anyone that has questions is more than welcome to.
But I want to say something introductory. There have been a lot of emails or whatever blaming Miss Pride. Miss Pride has gone up there and started all this fire. And you know something? I've ignored it because I'm tired of this junk. But just Pride didn't start anything. People have called you, David. These are citizens who've paid taxpayer money. They are entitled to ask these questions. The sad part about this stuff just didn't start.
It didn't.
It's been going on for years, so I didn't rouse anything. I've been nothing but respectable to that woman, and I want to let her know. Now, am I right, Dr. Baker? And if she says no, we'll have it in here. But I've not, anything I asked for, she's given it to me. When I asked about Timberlake and the apartments, she researched, brought me papers to my house, and I asked that she give it to every district. She did that. So it's not a thing of her providing me what I've asked. I mean, how do I know whether she's telling the truth? That's all I can say. That's all I've said about the lady in Dunson. Don't bring it as junk. Those emails accusing me of everything, guess what? I didn't read them. I didn't respond because they're nothing but lies. And that's where we stop. One thing she did say, and it should be written, that, okay, June 30th is when she gives up the ministerial whatever. So if somebody asks, well, you're going to leave these people out in the dark, you know what? No, they will never be left out in the dark. Well, my question is, if they're not going to be, who's going to be responsible for them if you give up all of this on January 30th? I'm curious, who will do that?
Was there ever a board vote, a Crossroads board to discontinue that
That's
service?
what I wanna
No.
know, yeah.
Here, well, you've asked a terrific question, Bobby,
Yeah.
because literally two of those emails, one of them that was 13 pages started out, where one of the people that was let go, been there 23 years and literally came to work today, and whatever transpired, within 15 minutes after that, she was terminated with, just a letter, no signature, no nothing. Now, anybody could have written a letter. I've got a copy of the letter. I mean, literally. It was just a letter handed to her, and not only was it handed to her, she couldn't even go back to her office to get her stuff. She was walked out, had to surrender her badge and everything else, and she went to the board at that particular time, and the board, I don't understand. I'm gonna tell you all, I don't
Well,
understand.
now, in our personnel, policies, Douglas can outright fire somebody, don't you have to bring, to them what they're doing wrong, present it to them?
Well, you're exactly, and this being a state thing, there's a state code, and I was sent all of that too, where she had to give them, she would have had to have given them a letter, she would have written them up, unless they did something, there are several things, like if they caught her stealing money or whatever, then,
right.
but other than that, of the 4 people that were let go that day, they literally were just, let's go, and walk you out the door, and we'll get somebody to go get your stuff.
She tough.
So
How did she
it's
get this
a,
job?
I think
Who
she-
hired her?
Hit the road.
the board,
Tough, too.
if that's what you want to say, is who allowed her to be hired. I don't know enough about that board, and I've called several of the other board members, and some of them have talked, and some of them just,
Well, it's obvious it's dysfunctional.
it's,
So.
well, it's the most dysfunctional meeting I've been in. I'll just tell you all, that was a,
Oh, Dusty, you said something about questions. When I talked to Woodall and invited him the other day, he said he would send in some questions, and I assume that's what we've got here. In addition to, he's gonna try to make it as well.
there will be 2 people here tonight that don't plan to speak, that had worked for Crossroads for an extended length of time. In fact, one of them was the director of long-term care, and she asked me if she could come, and I said, sure. She just wants to listen and see what's said, and she said, if the board asked her, she said, I don't want to speak or anything else, but if the board has any questions, I have documentation for 23 years of how many programs were let go within a year's time after her coming there. There was a substance abuse program, there was what they called a reentry program. There were about 6 or 7 programs that were let go that Thomas Woodall, and he wasn't the one who told me, Mr. Crawford's the one who said that Thomas Woodall and them had actually started a couple of those projects while they were there. And 2 of the people that were let go were so involved with the administrative part that when they left, they were getting emails for the next 30 days wanting to know where the paperwork was so that they could send the money to Crossroads. They had never even been notified. This one lady had to go to Richmond or whatever else and notify the state that she was no longer an employee there, that whoever took her job was who they needed to contact. She was in touch with, in charge of, for their grant, something, I can't tell you exactly what it was, but, so
Well, if they're discontinuing programs, look like they'll lose funding too, because aren't these programs individually?
they are, from what,
Can
from,
I ask, I got
Sure.
one question. Do the bylaws allow her to make those decisions? They do that, because, see,
Go ahead,
all I'm
let's-
saying,
go ahead.
like, Bobby, 'cause those major decisions like that, with that type of impact, should have went before the whole board.
According to
And the
this-
majority rule,
according to
but if
this-
the bylaws may allow her, they may have delegated that authority to her.
according to the state code, she would have had to have gone to the board first in order to
Okay.
get rid of it. If she could fire someone that's house cleaning or whatever
Right.
else, but she couldn't from what I read in the state code, even the mental health part of Virginia would have had to have been notified that there was a problem, even if you were gonna let them go. That's what I understand, and Doug,
Well, I would say, in general, Crossroads, other organizations, the board sets the vision, the board sets the policy. If you want to add a program or cut a program, that's your decision. staff would carry it out. And typically, you guys have the county attorney, county administrator hires and approves, but you've also got personnel policies which give protections to employees that, like Bobby said, if I've got an issue with an employee, you sit down with them, give them a chance to respond to it before any decision is formally made to terminate them or not. But, without getting into the details, I think certainly, you'd like to think that's the way it worked, Jerry, is that they, but if you're cutting a program or cutting a housing program, you think that's a board level decision to
Yeah,
make
but
that.
If they've been allowing that for years,
Might be tough to go back.
Does not mean that, according to the bylaws, they rule. Okay, you could have allowed me to do wrong for a long time.
right.
But if the bylaws says that I'm breaking the rules of the bylaws, that's what governs
Right.
anybody.
That's what I'm asking, is what do their bylaws state?
Their bylaws specifically state, and Ms. Pride and Doug and we have a copy of them somewhere, I guess Doug still has.
That the board can't make that decision.
Well, the bylaws specifically state that if you have a immediate family member, is that the way that reads? An
Immediate
immediate family
family
member, you cannot serve on the board.
Okay,
And they have
At least two.
at least two
Yeah.
yeah.
whose children, which I was called by the chairman and said, what can I do? And I said, well, I mean, according to your bylaws, you cannot allow them to vote. I mean, if they vote, you just don't count them. I mean, that's,
What about the housing? Is that, board
we were
decision?
told in the meeting that Ms. Pride and I were in, I don't know exactly what all the former meetings were, but we were told that they would not close those or would not abandon them, I guess is the correct word.
Right.
But June 30th is coming, and the state code also says that the state has to be notified a good while ahead. I mean, it's a time period and everything else. They can't just close them according to that's state code as well as their. So
But if she's been breaking the state code before, what's gonna stop?
Yeah.
Let me mention one other thing.
Okay.
I don't know how many of you read the article in the paper,
Oh, yeah.
and it says, this is, what she's written to the news media editor. This is an unfortunate turn of events. I was not asked to attend the April 7th meeting and would have been happy to do so. Instead, I was asked to a future meeting. The county's funding of Crossroads is required by the Code of Virginia. Now, there are 7 districts, and we are part of the cross-border board. Financially, we have to give some money, I mean, based on what she says, with the Virginia Code. We have people who are part of these crossroads. But is it that we can determine the amount of money we give her?
I think we can determine, and on top of that, I called 2 other people that had been on the board for a long time and asked them specifically. And they said they had never seen a state code. Now, they said, I'm not gonna tell you it's not there. But said, we've done some research and we've never seen a state code that would require the county to give to a state agency. Now, there are some things that might say that because they use a building in your area, I mean, but they said, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not gonna tell you, but we have never seen a state code in 20 years. We've never seen a state code that said.
We didn't used to fund.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
But I could have sworn,
Will
now,
Rogers came to us, and he was talking with their buildings, they built a number of buildings in our county, and they pay taxes, property taxes on it. He said he could get it changed, to where they would be not.
Tax
That's
exempt,
right,
yes.
tax exempt.
But Patty, I never heard any complaints about Will Rogers running the thing. He came here every year at our budget meeting, gave us a good presentation on what programs they're offering, what they were doing. And now maybe something was going on wrong out there that I know of, but I never heard a word of anything.
The same people that sent the emails and things said that there were some problems, but said it had nothing to do
Nothing
with,
to do with the magnitude.
with the, that's right. Said, said,
Oh, you got that many people working together.
that's,
you will have
that's right. Well,
problems.
and this person specifically said with state agency run things, there are problems because this small group doesn't understand where it sits. So it wasn't anything that we couldn't manage, but literally it went from number one, that we were managing it, and that's, I think that was part of the problem. of the 4 people that were let go that particular day, 3 of them were pretty much managing it right after Will Rogers left. They were the ones who were doing that.
There was a lot of growth in that thing while Will was there. I mean, they moved
Tremendous,
to the Bush
tremendous.
River Manor, they got facilities over at Cumberland.
That's right.
And
Come
How are
on
you,
in and have a
sir?
seat.
they've got them in other places too.
Right, yeah, that's a,
But Cumberland, I know Cumberland.
Yeah, come on, got a bunch of those houses.
London's right about
And I think Lunenburg has a small one. I
that.
think.
Lunenburg.
every county has
Has something.
has something.
All right, Dave, so Prince Edward has quite a few, patients that are taken care of. Say we don't get anything, how would the needs of our citizens be met?
I think they've still gotta provide the service.
2020, please don't hold me to this, but what I was told, 26 or 27 million dollars is their budget,
Something crazy.
and they get
So
that.
they would still be.
They get that, it's not, don't get me wrong, $60,000 is $60,000, but $6,000 is literally a penny
Jump.
in comparison to 27 million. I mean, that's just, that's nothing. Not saying that we shouldn't give, not saying we shouldn't. It's a simple fact that we need some answers to begin with.
Right.
And then call all board members, not just Ms. Pride, but call all the board members or anybody that you know from other counties and say, what is your county thinking, or what are you all doing,
Right.
or whatever, because this bylaw change that they are talking about completely, in my opinion, now this is an opinion of mine, it circumvents what the bylaws were there, I mean, what they were there for to begin with. I mean, if you can just change the bylaws to any kind of way you want to, that it's odd to me. That's all I can say.
What doesn't suit you, change it.
That's right, that's exactly right, exactly right.
Is it, like with Odessa said, we can ask for her to present this code. Tell us
Right.
where it is located.
That's,
Exactly.
that's question number 2 to me.
Good.
If this is
Show
a
it to
code,
me.
please tell us what it is.
Yeah.
And we'll get somebody during the meeting, Crystal or someone, to go pull the code and just see what it says.
What
I
it
mean,
said.
The other thing, a little comment is, it's got to be an auditor that somewhere that looks after this amount of money.
Yeah.
You don't just get handed millions of dollars
And,
and not have a written receipt for everything you do.
Well, the auditor was changed. I will tell you this, the
Yes.
auditor was changed for whatever reason, and I don't have any idea
Didn't
what.
agree with them.
Well,
But-
this
Go
was
ahead.
some information
He's a judge.
that Mr. Crawford sent me, and this is back in 15. There was alleged conflict of interest centered around the use of individuals receiving monies from Crossroads CSB and staff to pick up hay at Dr. Baker's farm. Through interviews conducted, it was found that Crossroads CSB runs its employment program through an LLC titled Commercial Heavy Cleaning. This company is run by the CSB and organizes and manages the employment work done by individuals receiving services from the CSB. A CSB staff member is assigned to each job to help oversee the completion of the work. Regarding the particular job in question, it was found that Dr. Baker asked staff at Commercial Heavy Cleaning if they could pick up the hay at her farm. Staff reported they did not feel coerced into accepting the assignment, and Dr. Baker was invoiced after completion of the work. A contract was not signed, as normally not done for small jobs. There was no indication a specific statute was violated. In addition, no document was found to be predated. The recommendation from the auditor was there were no statutes or regulations violated, but it created potential for the appearance of impropriety. It was recommended the board develop code of ethics and conflict of interest policies that any person in a governance, executive, or senior management role discontinue the practice of having them work for them. So that was 5 years or 6 years ago, identified by the then auditor as a recommendation. I don't know whether that led to that audit firm being,
Since then, that audit firm was let go, from what I understand, and another one was hired. And then, like every 3 years or something, they're supposed to change or something. Well, this year, they should have changed, but literally like 2 weeks before the audit, they called the old audit group to come back and do it. So it's just been it's an ongoing, doesn't pass the smells test kind of thing. I mean, for me to tell you anything's illegal, I can, or whatever else, but as the auditor said, everything about it, the board should have said, this can't happen. I mean, it's a mess. But we're gonna have to appoint someone else to the board also. But in the meantime, they said they would not abandon the people, but June 30th is around the corner.
But they need to have a plan. Don't just tell us you won't abandon.
Which is also what the state code requires, that before you do so, you have to send a plan to them. It's a bunch of stuff. Like I say, I read email until I just got tired of reading them and figured I was gonna ask some questions because I'm terrible at reading emails to begin with, so.
And
But-
they were long,
Oh, Lord of
continuous.
mercy.
It
One
was-
of them was 13 pages on
Just
my
terrible.
phone. It's like impossible.
Yeah,
But there will be a lady and a gentleman here tonight. Mrs. Sinyard, which you all may know, her husband was big with the college, with the hospital at one time. He was a doctor, if I'm not mistaken, there for years.
Who's
And
this?
Sinyard, Marina Sinyard is her name. And then Mr. Crawford, who, they're gonna be here tonight, just to listen, and if there's any questions that the board would like to ask them, they said they'd be glad to answer, but they didn't wanna speak. They were gonna get on the phone, and they said, and I specifically just asked them, said, if you two would like to come to the meeting and sit in the back, you're more than welcome to come, so if we have any questions that we can ask. Yeah, that's right, you can, just so much better. But it's been from 2015 until now, it's been ongoing odd things that happened.
It's been that long, I thought it was all Miss Pride's fault.
That's right.
Yeah, it is.
So that's
it is.
every bit.
So she's been
Right.
7 years then, or 6 years?
This will be her sixth,
I
I
know
think.
6 here.
Okay.
But like I say, the actual developmental health board, state board, their response was that they should not hire her here, but they did hire her for. And there's a lot of murky water there that the chairman at that particular time was the person who was selling her the farm, and it's I mean, it's really an intertwined. Like I say, it's not illegal. They can do that. It's just very, very intertwined.
Well, Doug, don't you buy a farm and plan on the building the ground, so you can pick up your hay.
That's right. Call Bobby and I, we're good at it. Don't call me, I'm getting too old to handle it. I like a front end loader now.
That's too many things that are pushing the limits there. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I would agree.
By the way, I would like to say before he gets here, Jack's a good friend of mine, but you got a horse. Jack is windy, so you will have to
I'll
come
call him.
do a little steering and
Right.
whatnot on it. I mean, he's very knowledgeable, he's very honest, all of that, but as I say, he would spend 2 hours on it if we let him.
That won't happen.
I think we can we'll leave the 60 in the budget, and up until even past the 27th, we adopt the budget, the appropriation resolution is the final authorization to
Sure.
give the money to them, but we can,
I'd really
You know.
like to hear what you've got to say.
yeah. Any other budget questions going into next week's hearing that anybody has, or, you know, again, I can.
Yeah, are we gonna get a 5% raise?
So, no, that's a good question. So I had it in, and then I had to take it out, and here's why. So, Terry's actually doing a memo for me, and I mentioned it to the last finance committee meeting. In order to give a raise for the board, here's how it has to happen. So by July 1, in an election year, the board has to pass a resolution, even if it's to give yourself a 5% cost of living raise along with all the other employees. It'll take effect January 1. Now, the good news is it's an election year, and we'd have to do it this year. If it was next year, you couldn't do it till the following year. But I think in the past, Mr. Bartlett had included you in, but the read of the code is the board would need, and I, again, reconfirmed that with Terry today, we just passed a simple resolution to ask the board be granted a cost of living increase with the other staff members, 5%, take effect January 1. Crystal and I are happy to plug that back in. It's going to take an extra step. I just need some direction from the board to do that. I think it's fair to do that for you guys, but we can't just include in the budget. There's got to be that extra step of doing a resolution and having the board act on it.
How am I gonna pay my town taxes if I don't get a raise?
Or you pay your county taxes.
Yeah, don't pay the town ones, pay the county first.
Don't let the town-
We don't have to have an answer tonight, we can do it later, but that's procedure-wise,
July 1st.
by July
I think
1.
We always did include this, I don't remember, did we do resolutions? No. He just did it.
No,
Crystal's done a little research, at least once or twice, right? 4 times, okay, 4
I
times,
think every time the county employees got one,
Actually, I think it's, no, 5.
5,
Two, 3, and a 5.
okay. I think honestly, it'd probably be good to do the resolution to get everything cleaned up from where we're at right now with that 5%, and then everything is legit, but to legitimize what the current salary is, I think it's the right thing to do.
Well, is there a motion to or not to? I'll go that direction.
I'd like to make a comment.
Sure.
All for helping y'all out, but I'm not in this for the money. I told Jim that.
No.
We
I don't
understand
do
that.
this to make my
That's right.
living, and I don't want it more. I didn't really want what I got. You can have it if you don't, Bobby. You know, but, you know, I
This
know,
person between us, right?
you know, some of y'all are retired, and, you know, welcome to it.
Or just tired?
I'm just tired. That's right.
Well, think about it and what we want to do. Like I say, if we've had it, if it's been a shoe-in, for lack of a better word, that's what we want to, if we want to continue, we would definitely want to make it clean and just have the resolution and do it accordingly.
Code, yep, absolutely.
All right, so we got to pass the resolution before the,
July 1. We could do the budget first.
oh, okay.
We just have to do this before July 1. So really, right now is give me direction. Do I make this tweak now in the budget to include it now, knowing that we'll have to do a resolution later? I'll have Terry draft that. And
they have to be advertised?
I'm not going to give you that answer yet. I'll double check and make sure. I can actually do it tonight while we're talking. Let me do that while we're talking. Y'all keep talking for a
I
second.
got a question though. What happened to it was mentioned about more in alignment with the town?
We looked at the surrounding counties. salaries.
Finance committee looked at that and
We were,
we're way above, so we were, yeah.
Okay.
And being like, we can't align ourselves with the town, so to speak. That's a completely different.
The real issue for the town, see, the town, if you don't take the health insurance, the town pays all of its employees like $700 a month. If you don't take the health insurance, you get $700. If we did that, Cheryl, how much was that going to cost us?
Without the board members, it was $14,000 a month.
14 grand a month, so that's,
Was it
150 plus a year. That's correct. So board members, by state code, we can treat you exactly as we treat employees. So if we did like the town, it costs about 150,000 to pay them, the staff that don't get health insurance, and then we could treat you accordingly. It's a whole lot cleaner. If we want to increase the salary, I think. Here, I've got this section.
well,
Answer Beverly's question here.
did we, we do motions?
Yeah, this is because we're doing budget stuff, so.
You know, 5% is not, I mean, it's supposed to be $35 a piece or $40 a piece or something like that, right?
It's like $500 or $600 a year.
Yes.
Let me read this section for you, Bobby, real quick. So prior to July 1 of the year in which members of the board are to be elected, or if the board is staggered, at least 40%, we got 50%, so that's this year. The current board, by recorded vote of a majority present, shall set a maximum annual compensation which will become effective January 1 of the next year. That's not a public hearing. That could be it could be on the consent agenda and the cover sheet for the board to set the compensation at current plus 5% effective January 1, 2022.
Well, I think that the direction would be to do that then, just do it through the consent agenda.
And we'll go ahead, Crystal, add that back in, and we'll make that adjustment in the budget.
We've done it, we just didn't do it in the right
We
manner.
just didn't do the.
That's right.
We didn't get our-
There's a separate code section that allows you to give like a cost of living adjustment up to 5%. However, the board salary, it's slotted based on population. The slot for Prince Edward is $5,500. Well, we're paying more than twice that. So we're not in the right, if you could start at that lesser amount and then get the annual COLAs every year, we were higher than that amount to start with, so. But we'll take care of that. Get it cleaned up.
Well, if we have to do it, I'll make a motion now to do it.
They're just gonna do it through the consent agenda, because it all has to be as a majority vote. You sent some information out, on the two sites, trash.
Right.
It's more than two sites, it's,
And we're working with Robbie, and some of this is not, some of it's under zoning, but some of it's under trash and debris in the code. And we've been getting a lot more complaints, and some of those, it's not, there's litter, and there's dumping, and that's illegal dumping. And we're following up on those two incidents. We've got the litter stuff on the packet. So one of them is just, people either tossing stuff out the car, or blowing out the back of the pickup, or blowing off the trash truck, and we have to accept some responsibility, whether it's our trucks or private haulers or whoever. But some of these others, and I've got now 3 or 4 different properties. One I just got the other day on Tuggle Road that was a burned out house that's, I talked to the lady next door who's probably in her 70s or 80s, and she, and I said, I apologize, man, we'll get on it. And Corey's actually already talked to the family in the process of trying to told them, you either clean it up or the county's going to step in. But, yeah, some of these sites, as you talk to folks, give it to us. Robbie will write a letter, and we'll pursue and even getting Terry going to court if we have to. But some of those are pretty bad looking. And those two actually are within sight of High Bridge Trail, which makes it even worse from a tourism standpoint. People don't come out here to ride by trash dumps. But as y'all are around the county and you see something, let us know, and we'll follow up on it and pursue it. I sent that out mainly, you might, from other folks here, hey, the county's coming after us, and yes, we are, if it's violating the health code or trash laws or.
You head east on 460 business, go down the hill, and go under the bypass, and look to your left.
that's right.
I ain't never seen such a pile of trash in my life. I think they throw it out because can't nobody see them under the bridge.
Yeah.
Right there.
We've, I know Piedmont Court Services, and, it's funny, the people doing community service, they apparently had one last week or so, a kid from Ham Sydney, probably caught for drinking, underage drinking or something, was doing a pretty good job. And then we had one the other day, I think, in like a whole day, he picked up a couple bags of trash. I'm like, I could.
3 bags.
Was that a prospect or was that? Yeah, I said, I could pick up 3 bags in about 10 minutes, I think.
Where that was picked up, he could have picked up 3 bags in 3 or 4 minutes.
So, unfortunately, you get what you pay for, and that's why we're proposing to try to work something out with the regional jail about trying to get some additional staff out. It's a mess out in some of these roads, and we think we can do a good job. I keep talking with Scott, again, VDOT will do it before they mow, but that's a ways off too, on those roads.
It was brought up, I think Bobby and I actually talked about it, and I talked to the sheriff, Tony, the other day. The farm use thing, did you get the email from him? He might have just sent it to me because I'd called him and asked him about it. They did not think that they could stop you just for that. They thought it was not a primary offense, but they did a little looking, and it is. And you have to be able to prove, I was getting ready to say something that was wrong. You don't have to have it with you, but you have to be able to prove that 51% of your income comes from farming or agriculture.
And also the vehicle's insured.
And the vehicle is insured, so that's something that will, and there are a lot of state codes that you can't have it on a car, period. just can't. Has to be at least a half ton or has to be a weight, but generally a half a ton pickup meets the weight standard. But,
We had a conversation with Tony, had a conversation with a board member on Farm Credit with me, he's from Maryland, and they resolved it by, you have to go to DMV and buy that farm use tag, take your tax return in there, prove your income's majority from farming, and pay for that, and prove you have insurance.
Prove you have insurance.
And you pay for a one-time tag, and it's a certified, whatever, Maryland farm
Right.
use tag. And if Virginia would look at something like that, I think you could resolve a lot of this.
Maybe a good thing, we can talk to Delegate Edmonds about the potential for carrying something like that. And, you know, hopefully, if you get the farmers behind it, because they're the ones that, you know, legitimately deserve it, hurt you guys. That's right. It gives you all a bad name. I saw a Mercedes a couple weeks ago riding around here with the farm tag on it.
There's two brand new. One's a Mercedes, one's a new Toyota in Prosper.
I talked to, Terry was looking into it as well, and, you know, the state code identified, she's, you know, I think her feeling was it's going to take a state code amendment to change what we want to do, and I said, well, we'll go to Delegate Edmonds and talk to him about potential for doing that, to legitimize it.
More and more.
Well, I had someone literally this week that said to me, well, I own a farm, I can run it, and I said, it's not just owning the farm, it has to be 51% of your income coming from it, and you're retired, so you don't have they've never made a dime off anyway, they just own the land.
Then you got these teenage kids that are throwing one in any vehicle they can drive.
Any one they can drive, that's right.
And they don't have a license, 'cause legally you can drive a farm use vehicle.
16, or is it
without a
15?
license.
Yeah.
So, but.
Yeah, because
not
it's
a Jeep.
considered, that's right.
I live with one of the guys who works with his son's got a Jeep. I told him, I said, you'll get in trouble if he did.
The prophet spoke.
Well, that's good if the sheriff's aware of it, and he can let his staff know they can pull people over as a primary offense. And
It can be a primary offense.
we'll make those corrections to the budget. Again, if you have any questions between now and next Tuesday, certainly let us know, and we'll be ready for next Tuesday, public hearing.
Let's see, it's 7.
7.
Are we gonna do any work session before that? Just, yeah, okay. fine.
Yes, sir.
Next Tuesday at 7.
So I'll do a presentation. We'll have our first public hearing on the tax rates for the county, Poplar Hill CDA, and the EMS levy. And then after that, we'll have a regular, normal public hearing on the budget.
We had a meeting, Peavers had a meeting, I don't know what night it was, Thursday night, last Tuesday night, whatever night it was. Part of their request, they did not realize that they were gonna get a certain amount anyway, so part of their request was, they didn't realize that was included, so it would have been reduced to begin with. They wanted the board to know, they requested 200 and
Was part of that for the roof?
part of it was, but still, they didn't realize that, so it would have been reduced, just so the board didn't think that they were coming and asking for $250,000 for whatever. They didn't realize that the $86,000 or $87,000 would be part of it. One thing that did come up, and I guess we need to either add it to the budget or however we do it, is the 4 for Life. Have you looked at that?
I have not. I would assume, you know what happens when you assume, but I assume that's a flow-through, right?
It is a pass-through.
So Crystal, are we showing that as revenue to be able to appropriate it to Beavers?
I don't believe it's in the revenue in this particular budget. Anything that was here within this month, we actually haven't received that.
So, or we can just do an appropriation, the board can do an appropriation, and we can transmit it over, so. yeah.
That goes to the rest.
That goes rescue fund. That's a state, and that's based on how many cars are in the county or something. There's a weird formulation for that, is how, I think that we have to apply, if that's the correct word, and I don't think that's not the right thing. We have to send notice or whatever,
I'll check it.
check, because I think that's why we didn't do it last year, we didn't send the notice or whatever else.
Okay.
But it's something weird. But Deanna said if you need any information from her, if they need something, just let her know that she'd get that, whatever you needed, if she had it, otherwise.
You gonna take a break?
Yes, we're gonna recess until 7.
David?
Yes, sir.
I don't think I heard it, but on the 20th, next Tuesday and whatnot, what time did the meeting start?
7 o'clock.
I've crossed out at 5.
7 at
Okay,
7.
so I've got 5:30, 7 to
Yeah,
7:30
no,
written down.
7 o'clock.
Okay.
You know, you were talking about going to speak to Scott Frederick sometime this week. Going there at High Street on the backhand of Sydney Road, they did a nice job to put crushed run, you know, where the shoulder washed
Yep.
away. But they didn't clean any of the culverts out, so the next rain we get, all that they done is gonna
Mention
leave.
it tonight, if you would. Chelsea, I
I
just
want
wanted
to introduce,
I want to introduce Chelsea while we're having a break here for a moment. And a lot of y'all know Chelsea, but that's our new economic development and tourism director, and she's been off and running and getting her feet wet, right, Chelsea?
All right, good to see
Chelsea,
you.
I'm gonna just ask everybody to give their name and where they're from, starting with Lou.
I'm Lou Gillum, I'm Buffalo District 501. Nice to see you, good luck.
Jerry Townsend, B District.
Bobby Jones, Lockett District.
Jim Wilk, I kind of have Western Farmville.
I'm Beverly Booth, Farmville.
Patty Cooper Jones, Center District, and
David Number.
cousin.
That's right, David Emmer Prospect.
Well, just support Hampton District, and I have to say, I was her administrator.
That's right.
You did that right. So proud of you, Chelsea. So proud.
Yeah, thank you for coming on board.
Yep.
Yes.
We're, yeah, you can wait.
We're looking forward to working with you.
We've already been showing properties, meeting with prospects, and
Good.
Great
we've got
job.
we got a meeting set up with Mr. Lapp coming up, to talk about his property and working in that. And, so we're off and running.
Good.
Did,
Well, it's nice to see that industrial park area, and,
Doing-
kind of an industrial park area.
and we're, hopefully, in the next few months, we'll be going to bid on our industrial.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Where's that?
We're recessed, we're just talking now.
Robbie talked to me about the trailers going back to Leon.
What's been going on, Bob?
I don't know. Too much to do and not enough time to do it. But really, I don't worry about it anymore. I paid the last payment on one of my major loans, 40 years of paying. I'm
40 years.
almost debt free. I'm not debt free,
Oh,
We're-
okay.
All right.
This is Scott Frederick. Can anybody there hear me, board?
Hey, Scott,
Yes.
you're actually on
Hey.
tonight, Scott.
This is working. This is great.
All right, we'll be back with you in a few minutes. This time I'm going to call the April 13th Board of Supervisors meeting in session. Due to COVID-19 emergency, the Prince Edward County Board of Supervisors is operating pursuant to and in compliance with the Emergency Continuity of Operation Ordinance. While physical in-person access to the public meetings are not permitted, public may participate in these meetings by calling 1-844-890-777, access code 390313. And if busy, please call again. There has been some problems in the past. This time, I'm going to ask Beverly Booth to give us her invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for last night's slumber and today's early morning rise. We thank you for what you've done, what you're doing, and what you're going to do. Lord, we ask that you bless and guide this board as we address the matters at hand and help us to be on one accord. We ask this in your precious and most loving name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time, are there any conflict of interest disclosures?
Yes, I have one.
With Beverly?
As a member of the Prince Edward County Board of Supervisors, I, Beverly M. Booth, am disclosing that I have a personal interest in the approval of the FY21 budget amendment for the Sheriff's Office, as my husband is an employee of the Prince Edward County Sheriff's Office. which means he is a member of a group who could potentially be affected by the board's decision. I am able to participate in the adoption of the county budget fairly, objectively, and in the public interest. And I have filed a statement of disclosure with the Office of the Prince Edward County Administrator, a copy of which is available for public review.
Are there any problems from the board? If not, so moved. Guess at this time, we're going to move to public participation, and we have one person who has signed up, Mr. Kenneth Jackson from the Lockett District. Mr. Jackson, are you on? What? Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is there anyone else on the public participation who had not signed up? Is there anyone else on that would like to speak? If not, I'm going to close the public participation amount. Or any of the board, Ms. Pride, do you have anything to say this evening?
I'll just say good evening and welcome everybody for joining us. Thank you.
I'd like to also say thank you all for being here tonight. Anyone that's here that's been asked to come or just wanted to participate, either one, thank you for being here. We know that this is kind of odd times, but we appreciate you being here.
I'd like to say thank you as well, and Mr. Houghton, it's very nice to see you. Haven't seen you for a while, so good evening, everyone, and hope you will see your Board of Supervisors at work. Thank you.
I
Everyone?
just want to say thank you for coming and welcome. It's good to see faces out there.
Jim?
I don't have any comments, thank you.
Bobby?
Thanks for being here.
Jerry?
Thanks for being here. Now we normalize it.
Somewhat. Lou, what you got for us?
I'm glad to see everyone here. It's nice to have folks back.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
All right, this time the consent agenda. all of you all had the opportunity to review this. Are there any questions?
I move approval.
Been a motion made and
Second.
Jerry second. Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Beverly?
Yes.
Patty?
Yes.
Jim? Bobby? Jerry?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
All righty. Budget of, I guess, amendments. Doug, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
All right. Give me just a second. That's page 91.
So attached to your packet is a letter of request from the sheriff requesting additional funding for overtime and part-time staffing due to the added restrictions placed in place due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Specifically, the sheriff's office has been required to hire additional staffing to cover the courthouse entrance and provide additional courtroom security as well as additional people to cover the road. Their office has estimated the need for an additional $71,258.93. With the CARES Act funding, the county was able to recapture significant funding in excess of $200,000 eligible law enforcement expenditures during the FY '21 budget. These should be able to offset the requests made by the sheriff. The reality is that these are exactly the types of expenditures that the county received reimbursement. The Finance Committee discussed the request at its meeting on March 9th and has unanimously recommended approval of the request. Also, and I don't know whether you want to take them one at a time or, Mr. Chairman, or vote on them separately. I can go ahead and introduce the second
Go
one.
ahead and introduce the second one, Doug.
The second one, the Industrial Development Authority received requests for tax incentive payments from Hotel Express, Farmville Hotel Partners, and Hotel Wayanoke for 2020. Incentive payments are directly linked to real estate and personal property taxes collected by the county from these entities. And we're asking the board to appropriate the funds previously collected to reimburse the IDA for tax incentive expenditures.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? If not, is there a motion to
So
approve
moved.
these? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, in that case, we'll have a vote. Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Patty?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Bobby? Jerry?
Yes.
And Lou?
Yes.
So moved. Are we up to Scott?
Yes, sir.
Scott, are you on with this evening? Hold on one second, Scott. We're gonna get your voice up just a little bit. All right, try again.
Okay, can you guys hear me better now?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear now. Go ahead,
Okay,
Scott.
good.
Make sure my hearing aid.
Well, good evening. Just got a quick update for you as usual, and then I wanted to open it up for comments, but I wanted to let you guys know that Route 690 in Prince Edward County, it reopened today. We pulled the detour. I wanted to communicate that to you. So that was closed in the storm event that occurred November 14th. That was the last of the damage in our residency to be complete, the repairs on that. So I feel like that chapter's now closed. Second, I wanted to mention that we still have the shoulder work on 604 scheduled, Abilene Road. We're planning to start that right after our first round of primary mowing stops. So that should start, the work to widen those shoulders should start the end of May. I needed to thank Supervisor Gillum for bringing the dump trucks on the Worsham project at 15. The dump trucks weren't properly tarping their loads, and he brought that to my attention, and I was able to get in touch with the contractor, and hopefully we won't see that issue happen again out there now. There's also been some rough road signs installed out there. They milled the surface off 15 early in the project. They were thinking that the asphalt would normally it would have held together in that type of work they were doing, but I guess the roads deteriorated a little further than was expected, and we've had to add some patching to that contract and repair some areas that were widened. You know, way in the past, there was some old shoulder widening underneath, and we got that patched. So the number of complaints that we've been receiving has really dropped down here at the residency level, and I wanted to mention that to you guys. I spoke about it with Administrator Stanley earlier today and last week. So hopefully the county's seeing a drop in their complaints that they've been receiving on our behalf. And speaking of those, the Smart Scale project, that's supposed to be completed by September the 3rd at Worsham. And then the Fish and Pig roundabout, as we call it there at 133 and 15, that's being built by the same contractor, and it's part of that same contract. But that portion of the work will be completed by October the 14th of next year. And I think you may see some work in the outskirts of the project that doesn't affect traffic take place, maybe this construction season, but the bulk of that work will take place next year. They do a 56-day long closure of the 133 leg. They've got to do that closure between May 30th and August 10th of 2022. So that's when you'll really see that project come together. Like I said, it'll be complete by October the 14th of 2022. The debris cleanup, that's been what we've been focused on the most in Prince Edward County and Charlotte County, where that storm that occurred the weekend of Valentine's Day. We've been heavily focused and shifted a lot of our resources into Prince Edward County and Charlotte. At the end of last week, we were 85% complete. I think by the end of this week, we're going to be in the high 90s. So it's really starting to wrap up. If you've traveled the county, you've seen some of our debris piles. There's one on 460 that's really big. There's one on 360, some really large ones in Charlotte County. We've been making some progress with the litter removal. We've reached out to all of our Adopt a Highway volunteers and asked them to do a cleanup on their adopted routes. I need to thank Prince Edward County and Administrator Stanley. The partnership that we've entered into with the Piedmont Court Services and the county and, VDOT's work together, we're starting to see some bags of trash get picked up through the community service workers. So that's been a positive note. There's a lot of litter out there to still get, but every bag counts. So if you can encourage your friends or family to adopt a rose, or, anything will work. And I've had some discussions with Administrator Stanley on other options that may exist. So a lot more positive things to come with, in light of litter removal. The work that's, I checked with our traffic engineering department. There really hasn't been any changes installed yet at 307 and 460. They're working to get a contractor scheduled to come in to install some of those striping changes that I updated you guys on in previous meetings. That hasn't been forgotten about. We know it's an issue. We get notified of accidents that have taken place out at that intersection, and we're working to get that done. I wanted to mention that to you guys while I had you on the phone. There's a couple other quick things. I wanted to remind you guys we have a work session scheduled for next Tuesday. I have it on my calendar at 5:30 to talk about our 6-year plan that we'll do a public hearing on probably in July. It's June or July. So we'll get a plan put together at that work session for roads that we want to improve. And then I saw as part of your packet on page 149, you guys have a letter where the Commonwealth Transportation Board does a 6-year plan public hearing, and that's going to take place virtually. It would normally be at our Lynchburg district office, and it would be attended by Bert Dodson, and Chris Winstead would do most of the work to host that. Normally, this one will be done virtually, and I'm sure there'll be big players in it again. But so anybody that can attend, that's welcome. And there's good information in that letter about how to log in. So if you have any questions with that, I could certainly assist. But so those are the things that I wanted to mention tonight. I wanted to open it up to the board at this time, see if you guys have any comments or concerns.
Hey, Scott, Bobby Jones. I've been coming up 460 lot towards the 307 intersection lately because we've been hauling a lot of rock to fill in all the mud holes at the farm. But anyhow, I've noticed that people that are obviously not familiar with the area will stay in the right-hand lane. And then when they get to the little arrow that points that the right-hand lane's got to go right, they'll immediately try to shoot over. And you've got two of those arrows, up above the signs that say so. I was wondering if you could put another arrow, back closer to the sign. It would give people even more time to make that adjustment. Is that one of the ideas on y'all's,
It sounds like it's in line with our ideas. We're gonna install 2 series of rumble strips in that right-hand lane. And we're also gonna put, we call them shields. Like they're a traffic marking. It's the shape of the shield. And in the right lane, there'll be, I think, 2 of those, and they'll say 307, and they'll have an arrow that's saying that it's gonna turn. And in the left lane, they'll have the shields that say 460 with an arrow going straight. And then there's going to be some additional signs installed, and those are special order signs. And those haven't come in yet either. So all that work is coming. I wish it could already have been there, but that traffic marking is specialty work that we don't really do in-house. So we're waiting on a striper to come in to do it. So they're working to get that scheduled. But I think all the issues will go away once that work can be put down on the ground.
yeah, well, thanks for refreshing my memory. I know we talked about it, but I couldn't remember exactly what you said, but that sounds like exactly what it needs there to give people a notice a little bit further east on 460 they need to merge or get over.
Yeah, I agree totally. Thank you for bringing it up.
All right, Scott, this is Odessa Pride. I like the news about 604. You will start at the end of May. Very happy about that. You mentioned that the project on 15 that joins Abilene Road will end on September 3rd. I had constituents to ask why that road is not being worked on every day. Which days do you decide when you're going to be working on it? Because they're not there every day.
Yeah, that I don't exactly know. We don't really dictate the contractor's schedule. We just tell him when he has to be finished, really. We monitor his progress along the way, but we really can't dictate how he performs the job.
Okay.
The contract really only holds him to being done by a certain day. And that's pretty standard for construction contracts. It's been that way in every one that I've ever managed was a fixed completion style contract. I think that's just the kind of the industry standard. So if he delays and doesn't get complete on time, that'll hurt him. But that's really the only tools that we have.
Okay.
I can't force him to go out there and work. I can only tell him when he has to be done by.
Right. I have complaints on Watson Boulevard, many potholes. Watson Boulevard.
Okay, let me write that down. I'll have to. Do you know the route number for that one? That one's not fresh in my mind.
I don't know the route number. I just know it's Watson Boulevard.
We can
It's
get
in
that.
the hand right before you get to 633.
Right before 633.
Right, on the
Okay.
right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get that checked. Thank you, ma'am.
And one last complaint from citizens. The highway near the transportation department, you're running smoothly down the road in Hampton, Sydney, and all of a sudden it gets rough. And the constituents are amazed. This is the transportation area, and that's the roughest part of the road, but that needs some work.
Yes, ma'am. I know right where you're talking about, and we're gonna do some patching on that road very soon.
Would appreciate it. Thank you so much, Scott.
No problem. Thank you, Supervisor Pride.
Lou, you have anything this evening?
Yeah, Scott, Lou Gillum here. I just want to mention to you, on the back Hampton Sydney Road, if you're coming to Farmville, y'all recently put some crush run down where the road had washed through right at the edge.
Yes, sir.
The culverts are all stopped up down through there. I'm afraid you get another big rain, all your work is going to end up down at the bottom of the hill. So you might
Okay.
get the guys to clean the driveway culverts over where their water can flow right down the ditch line.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to check those. So it's where we've placed the shoulder stone?
Yes, if you go on
Okay.
down, like you come across the bypass, coming into town on High Street, it's on the left before you get to where we just upgraded that road right there, as you go down the hill.
Okay. Oh, I think I know exactly what you're talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah, we'll get those checked. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott.
Scott, this is David Emmer. Just one thing that, just to clarify, so I'll take the heat instead of Lou if there's any problem. I was the one who called you about the trucks being untarped. I got a phone call from someone else who was driving behind one. But anyway, just wanted to let you know that was, if you get any heat, tell them that I'm the one that did that instead of Lou. He doesn't need the phone calls. We do appreciate you taking care of that too. That was something that they were concerned about because it was a tractor and trailer that something had hit and they just wanted to know, if they were supposed to be tarped or not. So I appreciate you checking on that.
Oh, yeah. Anything that's sold in the dump truck should be properly tarped. We don't want, a danger to the public. So especially not for a truck that's doing a service for us. So thank you guys for bringing it up.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, Scott, this Jerry from Lee District, New
Yes,
Bethel
sir.
Road, New Bethel Road, at the culvert at Folks Lane is stopped up. I think what happened
Okay.
during the ice storm, they got in the ditch and they just, in order to get out, they just clogged up her culvert. Is anything you can do with that?
And so it's New Bethel Road at Folks Lane.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I'll get it checked. I rode New Bethel Road one day. I think it was early last week. It was a rainy day, and I was going down it, and I noticed a spot where the shoulder was high, and it was causing water to stay in the road. And I got them to schedule to go out there and clip it down the next good dry day where they weren't, busy. So it may be right in that same area, and we can catch it at the same time. So yeah, we'll certainly take a look at it and try to get it scheduled.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Anything else for Scott from the board? If not, Scott, thanks for being there. We appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you, board. You guys have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Two.
At this time, Donna, I think that we have a update, correct? Did everyone get their update from the,
Yes.
Donna, do you have anything particular just to say? I actually talked to Donna last night and she said that March is on schedule, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, we're working on March now, making good progress, and I just want to thank you all for working with me and getting us where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any questions for Donna from the board? If not, thank you. Lloyd Lenhart, is that where we are?
Yes, sir.
From Southside Cooperative Electric.
Good evening. My name is Lloyd Lenhart. I'm the Director of Community Relations with Southside Electric Cooperative. I'd like to thank the board for the time to address you this evening. With me this evening, I'd like to introduce George Phelps. He's with Southside Electric. He's the Vice President of Engineering. Also here, Jacob McCann, the Vice President of Human Resources, as well as Joy Stump. She's a Community Relations Coordinator. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Jacob McCann to begin the presentation.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, fellow board members. Just to repeat what he said, I appreciate the time for y'all giving us this evening to present this information to you. I think I present an interesting perspective on this storm. I'm a Prince Edward County citizen. I live in Meharrin in Mr. Townsend's district, worked with Mr. Townsend a few times on some community events. So first I want to say appreciate what y'all do for the community, and I hope that as I'm moving through this presentation, you'll understand my perspective as well. I was without power, as I'm sure many of you were, for many days. In fact, the first few days of the storm, I was cutting trees out of the roadway just to get to work and back home. So I had the chainsaw going pretty hard those first few days. Matter of fact, I still got right many to cut on my property. So interesting perspective. As you'll see as I move through these slides, I want to be respectful of the time. Mr. Chairman, I believe 15 minutes is what I have. Is that correct? Is that too much?
That's too much.
Okay, well, I'm on a roll then because I've timed myself and I'm coming in at just a hair under 15. So I'm going to skip through some of this and do my best. If you pull the plug on me, let me know, please. All right.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I just want to highlight this first slide right here. Our service territory, it's a little hard to see, but that yellow outline is our service territory overlaid on the ice storm map. So as you can imagine, we were right on the bullseye of this storm, and that has a lot to do with some of this information that I'm going to present this evening. Quickly, I want to note our construction standards for ice loading. It's hard to see, but Virginia is split down the middle between heavy ice loading and medium ice loading. It's important to note that we build to heavy ice loading for our entire service territory. And what does that mean? It means that our system is built to withstand a half-inch of ice up to 40-mile-per-hour winds. Anything above that, we're going to start to see issues. And we had many locations where we had more than that. Let's see, where do I point this thing?
It's not,
Hold on a second. It worked the first time. This doesn't count on my time, does it?
they won't, I got you. I won't cut the time. Welcome to the world of technology.
I know it.
You know any good electrical technicians?
We might can find you one, although these things have a mind of their own. I don't think I want to commit to these. Oh, there we go. I'll keep moving if it lets me. Just on that note, a 300-foot span of wire weighs about 32 pounds. You add a half-inch of ice on it, it goes up to 185 pounds. You add 3/4 of an inch of ice, which we saw in many areas, it goes up to 332 pounds. So that weight, it increases exponentially as the ice comes down. And the last bullet there is also very important to note because there's no construction standards that are built to withstand a tree falling, especially one that's covered in ice. I mean, when I was cutting those trees out of the roadway, you had to cut them in little sections or you were not moving them. So I think that's important to know that the trees falling are really out of control. This froze up on me again, I believe. Can y'all click it through for me? I can give you a signal. All right. The emergency activation plan, the restoration plan, are y'all clicking it or me? All right. So what is that? So we have an emergency response plan. We activate that when we see these maps and these forecasts for significant weather to impact our service territory. What that does is basically it just starts a checklist for the cooperative. So we start checking fuel, we start checking materials, we check our manpower, make sure that we have reached out to mutual aid contracts, our contract employees, make sure that they're ready to go. All of our employees are on standby. Our fleet is in order. Our batteries, our generators, that type of stuff. So it's a whole list of items that we move through when that plan is activated. It's jumping all around on me. I'm gonna just keep rolling. Safety during the storm. I'd like to highlight this because we're very proud of this fact. During the storm, we had 1,000 folks in the field at one time, which is a significant amount of manpower, as you can imagine. And we're proud to say that we had 3 minor safety incidents. They were very minor. They were non-cooperative employees. We also had no known COVID cases contracted during the storm with that many folks coming from all over the country, really, to our system. So we're proud of that fact and the fact that we worked safely during the storm. Where should I point?
There you go.
All right. As the storm is over with and we've restored power, the work is hardly done. As you heard from VDOT, they're still recovering as we are as well. Phase 1 was just visiting wherever we had a broken pole, making sure we picked up materials that were laying around, checking out what was there, making sure the repairs were done appropriately. That pole number has since risen due to some of the stuff we've uncovered. Also following storm, there's homes that have been damaged. The meter base is torn off. We have to wait on permitting before we can reattach that electricity and bring power back to that home. So that takes a little bit of time. Phase 2 of this will be, we have a third party who is now patrolling the 77 heavily locked out circuits, so the ones who have received the most damage during the storm. 82,000 poles that they're going to check out. So they're going to go look at all the poles, all the attachment equipment, everything else in that right of way, those member service locations, and make sure that all of the equipment is in order. There's no additional repairs, and they're finding repairs daily, items that weren't bad enough to knock the power out. It may be a loose bolt, it may be a low-hanging neutral, whatever it might be. So we're inspecting all those circuits. to make sure that we pick up any of those items. You all have the slides, is that right? Would you mind if I'd use my slides and go that way?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. So phase 3 is just some additional right-of-way work at the tune of about 1.9 million extra dollars to our budget, our right-of-way budget for the year. We're going to bring in additional help throughout this, all of our right-of-ways, aerial trimming, which will be done with the helicopter. We've increased the amount of that for the year to get some of these trouble areas where trees are leaning and hanging that we can't reach from the ground. And again, we'll have additional right-of-way work going on probably for the rest of the year. Just some historical reliability data. This is some items that kind of show that under normal circumstances, our system performs pretty well. We've come a long way. We've had vast improvements, as the graphs show, since 2003. SAIDI is system average interruption. So that is on average the total number of minutes that a member experiences of outage in a year. So on average, normal conditions, that's how many minutes that they experience on a year. And as you can tell, our trend is coming down. The next slide is CAIDI, and that's customer average interruption. So should you experience a interruption, about how long does it take for us to respond, to get our guys there, to get the power back on? You probably heard and read about the State Corporation Commission review. That's not uncommon after a storm of this size. We note on the slide several other storms where we've had to provide this information. It's typical. Dominion and Mecklenburg Electric also received these inquiries, and they'll be providing a report. That report will be available publicly from the SCC. It'll be on their website. We have provided our information. They've come down and done an in-person site visit as well. Just quickly moving through some vegetation information. We had an audit of our system in 2015. We manage approximately 2.1 million trees on our system in a cycle. That's a huge number of trees, as you know, and average about 356 trees per mile of line. And that's about 3 times more than your normal system. And the reason is most of our rights-of-ways are lined on both sides with trees. A lot of systems run their wires on the roadway. Back in 1937, when this system was initially, the lines were run, we went straight through the woods to get there. So now we're dealing with those woods. You know, we have trees on both sides of the right-of-way. The next couple slides illustrate some of our vegetation management programs and our spending. You'll notice, again, the trends are up. There's some ups and downs, and that's based on where we are within a rate case during that, or within a rate at that time. You know, there's some dips, and some of that's due to storm activity, and then there's some rises, and that's just due to need based on the vegetation program. Some facts from the storm. I think this is one of the most interesting slides in the presentation. We had approximately 2,136 outages. So that's individual outage locations where there was damage. Of course, each one encompasses a large amount of members who were out at that time. Of those, over 1,500 were caused by trees. And to take it even a step further, the vast majority of that 1,500 came from live pine trees outside of the right-of-way. So these were not trees that we would have managed. They're not trees that we would have said were trouble or hazard or dying or dead. These were living trees, and there's pictures in your packet that show pretty clean right-of-ways aside from all of the trees that have leaned and fallen into the right-of-way. So that tells a pretty big story about what we were dealing with, as you all know. I mean, you got them in your backyard, I'm sure. Our pole inspection program, we're on a 10-year cycle. We look at all of our poles. There's no data to support doing it any more than that. All these poles, they're not taken out of the field due to age. They're taken out due to this inspection process. During this storm, we lost brand new poles and old poles. There was no direct correlation between the age of the pole and its integrity. In fact, when they go around and inspect these poles, that's exactly what they're looking for. They go through a process to see how strong this pole still is. It doesn't matter how old it is necessarily. I'll quickly roll through this. From time to time, we hear about some system solutions which may help in outages like this. A lot of these sound really great in theory. The first slide there illustrates our utility plant. So we're about $360 million. 211 million of that is finance debt that we pay for that plant. So replacing all the copper with aluminum, slightly stronger, may prevent some of the wire from breaking. About $240 million to do our entire system. This is one we hear often: put all the equipment underground, run all the lines underground. You don't have to worry about trees falling. Over $1 billion is what that would cost to put it in the ground. And you're still going to have some issues. Widen the right-of-ways to 100 foot. You have to keep in mind that 100 foot is 50 foot on both sides. Many of these pines are far past 50 foot, so they're still going to fall and reach the wires during these storms. Replace all 30-year poles, $165 million. And once again, there's no direct correlation between the age of the pole and its ability to perform. Our public relations, throughout the storm, daily press releases, working on Facebook, putting updates, trying our best to interact with the membership, to communicate during that time. We did have Teams meetings. I know we had some representation from the county, so we appreciate that during that. That's something new that we started with this storm based on the need, and it's something that we plan to take forward with us as a lesson learned. It worked very well, these Teams meetings, to update folks in our counties and our localities. You have to remember, we serve 18 counties. We stretch from Bedford to Petersburg. We had damage in every single county. So during these Teams meetings, we're able to update these folks and just keep everybody as best as we can with the information that we know at the time. You may have heard from some of your folks that they experienced some call issues, having trouble getting in. That was unfortunate, and it was true. We have a cooperative response center where we roll over high volume. So when we're having high volume that our employees cannot handle, it rolls to cooperative response center, and we've used that for many, many years. They have 3 facilities that they thought were geographically spaced out enough. Unfortunately, one's in Texas. We know what happened, ice storm, right? Historic ice storm in Texas, took out their call center. One's in Tennessee. This same storm came straight across, took out Texas, took out Tennessee, knocked out that cooperative response center. So the last one was in Minnesota. Who would have thought, right? The last surviving one in the winter was in Minnesota. So a bit of bad luck, but it is something we're looking at. How do we diversify, and how do we make sure that doesn't become an issue again in the future in these large storms? Community support, just want to say thank you to our communities. We got some bad press, and we got some feedback on Facebook and that kind of stuff. Overwhelmingly, the feedback was positive. We had folks sending us cards. We had folks bringing food by, paying tabs for our folks while they're working, pulling in our trucks with bulldozers and pulling them back out, pulling in with tractors. So the communities were a great support, as they always are, and we're glad to return that support any way that we can, supporting our communities. Was there a delay in getting help? We pre-staged a significant amount of materials and human resources during the storm. Unfortunately, if you recall, there was the storm early in the week, then there was the Saturday storm, and then there was a Thursday storm that was forecasted for the 18th. In fact, many of the news stations were saying that one's going to be the worst one, if you can believe that. So at that time, many of the localities around us were not releasing crews because they were worried about their impact. So as soon as, and it'll be illustrated on a graph in a few slides, as soon as we were able to get more folks in here, you'll see our number jumped a large amount. So why was Mecklenburg and Dominion able to restore power more quickly? That first map kind of paints the picture. They weren't hit as bad as we are, plain and simple. We were right in the bullseye of the storm. We received the heavy loading of ice across our service territory. And again, 18 counties, 9,000 miles of line, and a lot of it was laying on the ground. A lot of broken poles, a lot of trees down all over the place just to work through. And many of the days it was cutting trees just to get down the road to get to where the location was. Extremely wet conditions, all of that played a hand into the time and restoration. The next slide, one of the TV stations reported that we had cut our maintenance budget, and that's false. Unfortunately, what they were looking at is our actual dollars, not our budgeted dollars. In 2018, if you remember, Tropical Storm Michael came through. That caused us to spend more money that year on the restoration efforts, so that was our actual money spent on that year. 2019, we received a credit from FEMA, which lowers our 2019 actual dollars. Our budgeted dollars reflected in the board minutes. 2018 was $10 million, 2019 was $11 million. Our maintenance budget continues to increase, managing these trees and the additional infrastructure that we're adding. System metrics, I won't dwell on that. It's just for your reference, really. It gives some of the total number of meters, total miles of line, that type of information. 1 minute. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead here. It's 2 slides I really want to hit. The response metrics, again, if you'll pay attention to that, if you notice between the 18th and the 19th, our manpower doubled. And that was just because that storm on the 18th had passed through. It had gone through North Carolina. They didn't get impacted. It had gone through the surrounding states, and folks started releasing crews to us, and we took them. So we had, as I said, about 1,000 folks in the field at that time. I'll skip to two more slides. Did we run out of poles? That was going around. We never ran out of poles. We never even came close to running out of poles. If you look at the preparation slide, we started with 287 poles on hand, which is vastly more than we've ever needed in some of our historical storms. We have pole deliveries every day if we need them. So as they took 50 off the yard, we had 50 coming in on a truck. We went around all our districts, asked every single employee if they ever needed a supply of material that they couldn't get, and the answer was no. We provided the materials. Finally, the last slide I'll close with is the storm comparison slide. In my opinion, it paints the picture probably as good as any. Pay attention to the bolded line, total cost. So those to the right side of that slide are some of the worst storms in our history, total dollars. The highest one you'll notice was Tropical Storm Michael in recent years, 2.4 million. This storm's estimated to be $21 million for us. You know, and that's an estimate because we're still getting bills. We're still out there cleaning up right-of-ways and doing other items. So the important thing to note on there is the field personnel and the broken poles. The numbers are they're historic. I mean, they really are. It's no way to put it. That word gets thrown around, but this was undoubtedly a historic storm. We got folks at the cooperative and folks from other cooperatives that said they've never seen anything like it. And I would tend to agree as a resident of Prince Edward County and also knowing our service territory. So with that, there's a bunch of pictures in there. Appreciate y'all. Take a look at those when you can. Look at the right-of-ways. They're clean, other than the trees that have fallen from outside of that. So I'll be glad to take some questions. George probably helped me out with some of these questions. Look forward to them.
Any questions from the board?
And thank you again for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for what y'all do.
I just got a comment. I have a dairy farm in those district, and obviously milk and cows, we need electricity. And I think we were out 4 to 5 days, but I was impressed with that because I tell you, I saw the damage out there to lines and all, and I thought you did a good job. On the other hand, one of the things might be out of line. Sometimes I like to talk, or y'all come present to our board the connection fees that Southside has compared to surrounding
Yes, sir.
electric co-ops.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Be glad to do that and
yeah.
explain why it is what it is. Mhm.
Really would appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yes,
I
sir.
get a lot of
That's
questions.
something that George knows intimately.
Those things, and connection fees, and the personnel come visit with you on my directions, and have it come back. Yep, that'd be great. Schedule Doug sometime.
Schedule Doug, absolutely.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
But like I said, I was out 5 days, but I was happy when y'all came back. Y'all did a good job, I thought.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board?
Yeah, my comment is, I thought it was totally unacceptable to be without power for 11 days. You did an excellent presentation. But no one, the average family do not prepare has a contingency for 11 days. Even with the generator, it was costing me $30 a day to operate.
Yes, sir.
I understand the tree lines and all that, but there have been instances where when you hire those contractors to clear those lines, when we noted that trees leaning toward the line, they will not get to cut the tree back or cut it down for whatever reason. So the presentation was excellent, but tell me what you're gonna do, what you're gonna plan to do to minimize 11 days without power.
Well, I'll start by saying, again, this storm was historic. Obviously, we've learned things. I wouldn't want to work at a company that didn't learn from something like this and get better. I wouldn't. You know, we want to get better from it. We're going to learn. We're going to make improvements. But that said, if this same storm came again, it might be 11 more days. I mean, 2.1 million trees on our rights of way, 18 counties, 9,000 miles of line. And the wet conditions and the number of trees that were down and just the difficulty getting to them. A couple of slides I passed over. You know, we had to bring in 20 track machine vehicles because the trucks just couldn't get there. They just couldn't get there. And it's not feasible for us to have 20 of those, you know, on the books. I mean, that's not a solution for that. But that said, I understand, sir. I mean, it was difficult on everybody. I was with you. 11 days putting gas in the generator, coming home in the middle of the night from work, putting gas in the generator and going back.
But what I'm saying though is you had an after-action review.
Sure, bunch of
from
them.
the storm.
Mm-hmm.
What actions, remedies did you come up with to minimize a person going without current 11 days? What you gonna do better than what you did before.
And Jacob brought up the vegetation activity. So obviously vegetation spending is something we look at every year. What he projected here as far as the trees, as I said about the line activity, the tree and vegetation area is another area that I manage. We noted a slide that we skipped over, we didn't have time to really touch on it. We talked about hazard trees, off right-of-way hazard trees. There are very limited things that we can and can't do with some of those trees. So, based on the magnitude of damage that was caused by the storm and that the overwhelming majority of the damage was caused by trees, obviously tree and vegetation work is one of the places we will focus. It will have some benefit for future storms like this. Will it resolve a storm like this in the future? Probably not. So the opportunity for an 11-day outage exists. Unfortunately, that's reality.
What about underground?
You saw the slide as Jacob went through, over $1 billion to underground our overhead system. Our rates and our membership cannot support it. So we can strategically use undergrounding in places where we identify repetitive type issues, but it has to be done on small scale. It can't be done across the entire footprint of our system.
Y'all are doing some of the underground connections to remote areas now, aren't you? I think I've seen some.
Through our construction work planning process, we apply pieces of underground
Right.
in various places. But again, as far as a solution for
Yeah.
an outage like this, it's not an economically feasible solution.
I mean, it made $1 billion, but through attrition, it could be done.
And that's how we approach through our construction work plan. Much like VDOT does through their long-term planning, we have those plans. We attack areas with the worst reliability. We try to attack those areas, whether it's conductor replacement that remains overhead, whether it's relocation of those lines, or in some cases, whether it's undergrounding some of those lines.
Now, I know during the storm, it got, some very high up the ladder, individuals' attention, like the governor. Now, I think he was down in Charlotte County, right? Well, that's next door to this county, and I was like 10 miles away. And it appeared that Charlotte County got a lot of attention and more focus on restoration of electricity. Do you think the governor's visit had anything to do with that?
I do not believe so. And I say that for this. We mentioned in some of the other meetings we've had, across our territory, the 18 counties that we had, if you look at those ice loading maps, and if you look at the number of broken poles that we saw as a metric of where the most damage was at, Nottaway County led the pack, followed by Lunenburg County, followed by Charlotte County, followed by Dinwiddie County, followed by Prince Edward County. So if you kind of look at that, and those 5 were basically the 5 hardest hit counties that we saw. Those were all in that bullseye. Around that, the damage was not as significant. We had crews, as Jacob said, over 1,000 personnel working here in that last 5, 6, 7 day stretch, and they were scattered and placed all throughout those counties.
So based on the presentation, I can expect to see some contractors out clearing power lines.
As Jacob indicated, the first phase in which you all will probably see, now they move quickly, so whether you see them in your yard or not, we've got Osmos Utility Services here right now. They're doing what we call a walk-down inspection, visual inspection of the entire system. They're making documentation of anything they find, including damaged trees. So if a tree has been broken, damaged, tops broke out, it's leaving damage in some manner, they're making those notes. Our board's already taken action and added roughly $2 million additional to our vegetation spending for the remainder of this year, in addition to what we had already spent this year. And that's what they'll be doing, coming out and trying to attack those hazard trees, the ones that the storm has left damaged. If you have a specific tree at your location, like you described one we wouldn't take down, there are cases where we come out and visit with you as a member and we won't take a tree down, much like VDOT will not take some trees down that they see in their rights of ways, for a variety of reasons. But if you have one of those, feel free to give us a call. You'll have our contact information. We're happy to come take a look at it, see if there's something we can do different.
Okay, thank you, sir.
What percentage of the outages are caused by trees?
In these slides that you have for this storm, we were approximately 74%, 73, 74% of the total outages in that event were direct cause of a tree or multiple trees, unfortunately in this case. That tends to be very similar to what we see over the breadth of our system, even on non-large outage events. Tend to see about 70% of our outages caused by trees.
And most of those trees are ones we can't touch. They're outside of the right of way. You know, if you look at those pictures, so many of them are outside of our legal right of way, you know, and it's a living tree. You don't notice it as a trouble tree until it gets laden with ice and then it breaks, so.
Any more questions?
How many days ahead of time, when you notice a potential for a storm coming, do you start preparing? 1 day ahead, 2 days ahead?
By our emergency restoration plan, what you see there, that document that we utilize, it has a roughly a 4-day ahead of event schedule. In some cases, if we see a storm being forecast even before that, we will start making arrangements. For this,
Especially a hurricane, if, you know, they're more predictable.
For this particular storm, if you remember, even the weekend before, on the 6th, they were forecasting icy, about a half inch of ice. We actually went into storm prep planning mode like the Friday before that week. We initiated our emergency restoration plan a full 3 days before this event even showed up. So from a utilities perspective, we're constantly planning, we're constantly looking out. And as you all see, when you begin to see those weather reports making the local news, we've already seen them. We're already beginning to take action on them. So it really depends on the event, but typically it's well in advance.
So your support for major storms like this, do you have a list of support to come in and assist with restoration of electricity?
We have better than a list. Being a cooperative, we're part of a mutual operating agreement with other co-ops. So here in the state of Virginia, we belong to the Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware Association of Electric Co-ops. So those 3 states work together collectively in an association. Any and all of those co-ops have crews, obviously, just like we do. Any of them are available to us at any time, day or night, if we need them. We make that call, they respond, just like we respond. If it's more than a regional event, that Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware Association then reaches out to the other state associations. If you notice the slide Jacob provided with the number of places we pull crews, we had crews from roughly 8 other states, up and down the East Coast, even as far out as into Indiana. We could have gotten crews from as far as out into Washington State had that event happen and demanded, just based on the cooperative network. So that's one of our strengths as being a co-op.
Good to know.
Any other questions?
Thank you all again.
Thank you all.
Sorry it
Thank
took
you
you
for-
too
That's
many
all right.
minutes.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, Dr. Susan Baker for Crossroads with a budget request.
Good evening.
Good
Good
evening.
evening.
I'm Dr. Susan Baker, and I'm the Executive Director of Crossroads Community Services Board. I guess I will start by asking the board's pleasure in this, because I had prepared a little bit of a presentation about how we're organized, how we're funded, and that might educate the board. But I also know that there's a pending agenda item that might be of more interest, so I will.
All right, go ahead. You've got a few minutes to give us
All
some,
right.
give us some background.
All righty. In 1968, the Virginia legislature established the CSBs, Community Services Boards. Currently, they serve the communities in terms of mental health services, substance abuse, and developmental disabilities. Didn't start out with quite that broad a scope, but it's evolved there over time. The legislature mandated that each county establish a CSB, and they could do that in a single entity, or they could do it in a cooperative mode, because it's very expensive to run a CSB and maintain the wide volume of services. So in our area, we have 7 counties that pool together to provide, to support Crossroads as your CSB. And they are Amelia, Nottaway, Lunenburg, Charlotte, Prince Edward, Cumberland, and Buckingham. We are licensed by the Department of Behavioral Health, and we have a performance contract that guides the services we provide and tells us what we can and cannot do. We are subject to intensive audits, and pretty much everything we do is directed in some way. We have many facilities here in Prince Edward. This is our hub. The complex out on 460 houses all our administrative services, a large clinic, prevention services, case management services, therapy. We have a medical office building where we provide prescriber services, medications. And then we also have emergency services there, and the CTAC, which is the entity for us that does the ECO and TDO process for commitment. And we employ part-time 50 law enforcement officers from the 7 counties, the city of Farmville, and Longwood University that allow us to work under Prince Edward County Sheriff Department, and the various counties, including Prince Edward, can bring someone for a commitment hearing or a screening for this purpose, and take custody of the individual at our CTAC so that officers are freed up to go back to their home communities during what can be 8, 10, 12 hours of process before they're ready to go to the hospital. We also have a psychosocial rehabilitation program here in Farmville called Townhouse. We have an 11-bed group home that is a HUD financed property, but it's for developmental disabilities. And it's not exactly like apartments, it's more like a group home with shared kitchen, shared bathrooms, that type of things. Out in Rice, we have our developmental disability case management services, and we also have a day support that's about to open next door to it. We have a $15.5 million annual budget at this time. The new budget for the upcoming year has not been finalized. And we receive about $3.6 to $3.8 million in grants through the Department of Behavioral Health each year. And those fund things like the CTAC and STEP Virginia, which is what has same-day access. So someone wakes up in the morning and they feel like they need to talk to somebody, or they're feeling as dramatic as suicidal, they can see somebody the same day. That grant money is key to what I'm saying to you tonight, because the other piece of the legislature is that they require that the CSBs be funded at a 90-10 split, which is 90% from the grants from the department and then followed by a 10% local match. So as I said, we run between $3.6 and $3.8 million right now. And from all 7 counties, we received $374,000. So we're right on target for the grants we received. There's no extra money for anything there. And of that, respectfully, Prince Edward has always committed in the last few years $60,000. $60,000 is not a lot of money. I mean, it certainly is to some people, but in the importance of it is, it's what sustains the service. Not only does it match the grants, but it's used directly to fund some of the emergency services, some of the outpatient services, all mental health related, in a way that is incredibly helpful. I don't think people realize that we spend about $1 million or more a year on prescriber services and our nurses, and we lose 50 cents on a dollar for every service we provide. They're just, the reimbursement rates just don't cover the cost of providing those services. So that's why, not only for the grant piece, but for direct funding, that $374,000 on a $15.5 million budget still makes an incredible difference to us. We employ 281 people at this time, and 127 of them are here in Prince Edward County. I have been asked to meet with legislators from the federal level over time because we have been one of the largest employers in the area. Obviously, Central and the school system being larger, but you know, we really do contribute significantly to the economy here. We recently did a vaccine program in-house, and right now we have about 40% of our employees fully vaccinated. During the pandemic, we had to step back a little bit and provide a lot of telehealth services, but things like emergency services and the screening for same-day access, our residential programs, day support, the people that got their medications by injection, all of that continued through the entire time, face-to-face, in person, to get the job done. And then we had the people that did have to step back a little bit. We did some therapy and case management by phone, but effective March 22nd, our people came back to the offices, and between April 1st and May 1st, we will be fully in the mode of providing services in the way we did pre-pandemic. So, having said all that, we serve 875 clients in Prince Edward, and that's probably the gist of what I want to say to you tonight. I did provide you a packet that has this information plus a lot more detail about it, and I hope that you will have a chance to read it and get to know about Crossroads just a little bit more. So that's my presentation for the initial part of tonight's meeting, and I certainly welcome any questions.
Ms. Baker, I guess to break the ice, there was an article in the paper that quoted me as saying some things and quoted you as saying some things also. And you stated that there was a code that required the counties to pay. Can you tell me what that code is?
It's Chapter 37 of the Virginia Code, and in the packet I provided you tonight, there is a policy from DBHDS that outlines it a little further in terms of both establishing the CSBs and then the 90-10 split in funding.
So the 90-10 split, the 90-10 split is what's required, is that correct?
Yes, the 10% being local funding.
Required or requested?
It's actually required.
Okay, the next thing that I would like to ask, and other board members are more than welcome to ask some things also. It was brought to our attention, I guess, a couple of months ago, that you all were thinking about not continuing the management of the apartments. Could you give us a little bit of background on that?
I certainly can.
Very, very, very short. And do you, number one, just a yes or no, do you all plan to continue to manage them?
I have made an offer that has been voted on and accepted by the private boards to continue through the end of next year until such time as they either sell the properties, take over their own management of the properties, or find another management company. I knew that the plan they had in place was likely not to be successful in the amount of time that they had left, even though they've had over 2 years to make it happen. And so I did make a contingency on it that I will tell you. I asked that that board, and they agreed to it, hire an attorney that has expertise in HUD regulations to help them navigate their choice of where they want to go with it.
Which board is that, ma'am?
It's a local board, privately owned, for each of those facilities.
One more question that I have, and then I'm going to turn it over to some other people. Crossroad bylaws clearly state, I don't know whether you have them with you or not, but I'm sure that we have a copy of them here. They clearly state that an individual shall not serve on your board of directors if they have a member of their immediate family. Are you aware of this?
I am aware of it. However, in the minutes of a meeting shortly thereafter, that provision of the bylaws was put on hold, and it is now being formally addressed as a revision in the bylaws that's been being worked on by a number of the board members. And I think what will come out of that, now they have not voted, But my expectation is, in the agreement of the committee that's revising the bylaws, that based on an extensive relative identification, which we used our bereavement policy because that was so encompassing of different family members, children, spouses, grandparents even, that in the event a personnel issue would come before the board that would involve anyone directly in that line related to a board member, that they would excuse themselves and.
But that has not been voted on yet, correct?
Correct, because that
So
is going to be
therefore-
present.
Therefore, that doesn't have anything to do with the question that I asked you.
Okay, I'm
The
sorry.
question is that it clearly states that an individual cannot serve on your board that has one, and you have at least two. Is that correct?
That is true.
Simple yes or no?
But the minutes and the board
Not
approval
asking
to
about-
suspend
Not asking about
that,
the minutes or whatever else. I'm asking what your bylaws state versus what you have. Your bylaws state that they cannot serve. Is that correct?
the current bylaws do state that.
The current bylaws state that, but yet you have two members who have immediate family members on your staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So
How long has
you,
the bylaws been in effect?
1915, I believe. 2015.
so 6
2015.
years.
2015.
Okay,
So 6 years.
Yes.
okay.
I guess my question is, as the director, why have you not said to those people that you cannot vote if your bylaws clearly state that?
And that's because in a subsequent meeting, the board voted to put that provision in the bylaws on hold and not honor it at that time.
How long ago was that?
It was within a few months of the minutes. 2000, 2000, I don't know, I could get it for you. But it's been in place before the two board members that are currently on the board in that situation. That hold was in place before they came on, and both of those individuals, the staff members, were employed before the board members were appointed.
If that is set aside or voted on, why would they need to change it then if they've already done so? Why would there need to be a change in the bylaws?
Because a suspension in the bylaws, there's being a complete revision, and I think they felt that, I would have a board member speak to it. I think they felt like there should be some limitation on a conflict of interest that they wanted to incorporate in the bylaws.
Any questions from the board?
Dr. Baker, I would just like to clarify something and just say that, in serving on the board, I think this is my 3rd year. You have been very respectable to me, and I feel I've always been respectable to you. Any questions or concerns that I've had, you've addressed them very efficiently, and I appreciate that. I think there are a couple of board members who feel that I've aroused this board up to be concerned, but I ignored that because that didn't happen. That did not happen. The only question I really had was about the apartments, and you made it clear that you will continue next year. You assured us that those people would not be homeless, they would, be taken care of, and I'm very happy to hear that. I've been nothing but a true board member, and I just want to make that known.
Thank you, Dr. Pride.
You're so welcome.
Okay, you said y'all keep on managing those apartments until June 30th of next year, is that the date?
It probably will extend to the entire year. It'll depend on the circumstance of what route they go. For example, if they were to choose to sell them, it probably wouldn't be able to finalize until the end of the year, and that would be agreeable.
So it'd be the end of 2022.
Correct.
Right. I just know one thing, in the past, we had, and the previous executive director, each time we did the budget, he came and gave us a presentation about the programs Crossroads was offering, the employment at Crossroads, and kept us kind of in the loop.
Right.
I don't think we've ever seen you do that.
And you haven't, sir, but I will assure you that I was speaking well with your county administrator, the previous one, and was not included in coming to the board.
Well, no, y'all are always on the agenda for the contributions. And,
Well, I agree with that. We've always made the request, but I've never been asked to come to a budget hearing or to the board, open board, to present a budget proposal. Now, I did come, when I first came to Crossroads 6 years ago, I did present at all of the boards.
I do remember that now that you say it, but, I just got accustomed to them coming yearly.
And I would be honored to do that.
Well, I would think it would maybe keep us in, tact on what's going on with y'all, because y'all are, have a large budget in our county. And of course, the $60,000 would give us not a large contribution from us, but still, the, services y'all provide are important, we keep them right.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And you know what, I will take that criticism, and regardless of whatever conversation I've had, I will accept that I should have pushed, and I will do so in the future.
Okay.
Let's make one more question. You just said that unless it was sold, are you talking about unless the apartments are sold?
Yes,
Who owns them?
the nonprofit boards that supervise them, the nonprofit, there's a LLC nonprofit company for each of those facilities.
That own them now?
Yes.
What's the name, or you know the name?
Go ahead.
There is Residential Opportunities Incorporated is for TV One, what we call Timberlake Village One.
Where are they located?
That's on Cedar, well, the apartments are on Cedar Avenue.
Correct. Where's LLC?
Where's the
The
LLC?
corporation itself is a local board that meets, they don't have their own office. They are a volunteer board, however they organize that.
They're volunteers and they own it?
The corporation owns it, and they appoint their board members are just from the community.
Who's your contact? Who do you,
The president currently of that board is Pam Smith.
and where,
She's on
where
y'all's
is she?
board too, right?
She's on, yes, and on the other one is for Housing Opportunities
She's on their board
Incorporated.
too.
No, she's not on our board.
I saw somewhere in here where Pam Smith was chairman of something. Maybe it was that of that
Of
board.
those boards.
I'm sorry, I
Yes.
thought that was y'all's board. I
No,
apologize.
sir, those corporations boards.
Here it is, right here.
Yes, sir. All right, so the Housing Opportunities Incorporated is for Timberlake Village Two.
So Timberlake one was, okay. Timberlake-
Residential Opportunities Incorporated.
Oh, wait a minute.
So that has a different board of directors.
They actually are all the same board members.
Who elects these board members?
They elect, they recruit their own other people themselves.
And where they from?
It's a private corporation.
I'm confused.
It's not like a public board
Huh?
it's not like a public board that's elected. It's a private corporation.
I understand, okay, I got that, but where are they where do they?
Where do they meet?
Meet,
Where?
yeah.
They meet, currently they've been using our facilities to meet just because they needed a place to meet. They were planning on finding them a new location to meet since we were not going to be the property manager anymore.
So let me see if I can get this straight, and then Jerry, you can ask any question you want to. There's an LLC that owns them, that's run by a board that elect themselves. But you all manage for this LLC.
We are the property manager.
And there's 3 else.
And there's another one. There's a third one for the Evergreen property, but
So each one of these properties has its own LLC with the same people
yes.
who we don't know who in the world it is that you all manage, and you're coming to us asking us to give money to a CSB board that to us is a ghost board. And I'm not saying that it is. I'm going to say to us is a ghost board.
No,
Is that
the
correct?
money is going to the CSB for the CSB services. It has
Yeah.
nothing to do with the separate
60,000
corporations.
does not filter down to Timberlake 1, 2,
Has
or the.
absolutely nothing to do with
Y'all are just
Timberlake
getting paid to
One.
manage.
We just manage.
But you all do get paid to manage them.
We get paid a small fee out of their money, out of their operating accounts and all the accounts that HUD requires them to have.
I think
Yes.
one doesn't pay anything at all, right?
One
pays a
doesn't
little
have
bit.
enough money. We've been just doing that
Yeah.
out of the kindness of our hearts.
Right. Yeah.
So the 60,000 that we fund goes
Does
for
not-
medication, mental health services.
And emergency.
And emergency
Emergencies, okay.
Yes, it doesn't have anything to do with the apartment.
Okay, well, since you're talking about the apartments and the board, I mean, the information I've been gathering, that the CSB board currently is pretty much dysfunctional. Could you elaborate on that and why?
The CSB board serves 7 counties. It has 2 representatives, a supervisor and a citizen rep from each of those counties. So there are 14 board members. Okay, that's a pretty large group, as you might gather.
Exactly.
In the supervisor category alone, I have 5 new board members of the 7. And then, yes, Dr. Pride is a seasoned veteran. And I have one other that's been there about the same length of time as Odessa. And then the other 7 board members, 4 of them are new. So they're learning about us, they're learning their job. They come from different walks of life, they come from, all kinds of things. And yeah, right now we're having some struggles, but we're working on it, and people are stepping up, and I believe that we'll get there and transition correctly, but I can't lie to you. I mean, the reality is sometimes they get a little heated and a little concerned, and we're working on it.
Okay, one more thing. In y'all's little brochure here, y'all have the Brickwood, Callahan Manor, Cumberland House, Grove House, Jamesway House, Merlin House, Victoria House, Woodland House. I assume those are directly run by y'all totally, right?
Yes, and in
Okay, this is
fact,
no
they
hood?
are owned by Crossroads.
No hood involved in that?
No, the only HUD involvement is Evergreen Manor
Okay.
and the 2 Timberlake properties.
All right, thank you.
I have a question on the Timberlakes and the Evergreen Manor. I'm local, I'm an apartment manager. I am funded by HUD and tax credits. And I know people that live on those properties, and they're not being properly taken care of. Broken windows, screen doors missing or torn. And in one house that I went in, the walls were in really bad shape. And if it's being funded by the federal government and state government, what happens and why are they not being taken care of properly?
Well, I will tell you that we have vandalism and damage frequently. I have one that is about to go through criminal court because it's been totally damaged. All the windows have been broken, the tub has been trashed, the walls have been hammered, terrible things. And those happen and we get them repaired. And that one's closed for safety right now while the insurance company evaluates it. So I don't know the point at which you saw whatever you saw, but I will tell you that we have passed successfully and with the maximum amount of time, all of our REACT inspections.
And how often are they inspected?
It depends on what they find, how often they come back, and most of ours have been satisfactory for 3 years. 3-year interims.
Every 3 years?
If you have a satisfactory level of inspection. And we have.
You have your own maintenance people?
We do, and so that's part of our financial difficulty with that, is we can't pay our maintenance people for the work they do. And so
How many people did you tell me you serve? 800 and?
875 in this county. 3,000 and a little over agency-wide for 2020.
3,000 over. And what would you say the budget is for what is spent in this county on these people?
On which people?
On the ones in the county, the 875?
That would take a lot of figuring because of, depends on which services those 800 are under as to what the costs are for those specific services. So we would have to do some numbers for that.
So,
number crunching.
and what she's saying is you could have somebody that comes in, goes through emergency services, they're a client for a week, they go on and maybe they're placed in Northern Virginia. So they may have only had 1 or 2 encounters with us. Well, there's others that have a full array of services that may get more than 100 services in a year.
So we'd have to do some analysis for that particular client base to see what the cost is for that specific client group.
You don't have an idea what it costs you to operate in this county right now? For a year? Just rough, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 10 million?
Guess if you did it as a percentage of the number of people, we have a higher percentage, we have a larger number of people being served by y'all than any other surrounding county.
That is true.
But of course, not everybody's charged the same amount, so it'd be a hard thing to, yeah.
That's what I was getting at. I'd like to know what amount it takes to service this county.
Well,
And you don't have to answer it now, but I'd like to.
okay, and we'd be glad to, to find that, but, it's hard to know because we have all of our admin services sitting here, and it's expensive to run that building and to do all those services. But they also do the billing for everybody in the 7 counties, and so it would be difficult to figure out. But, we do our accounting based on total expenses, so we could take the programs that are here and based and the percentages of programs that are based here and extract that to determine a relatively reasonable number, and I'd be happy to get that for you.
Dr. Baker, Mr. Chairman, if I could add.
Yes, you may.
So 875 individuals served by Crossroads and Prince Edward is 26.2% of the 3,058 served in total. If I take that same percentage of the $15.486 million budget, it's about $4.4 million. Approximately. That's rough, that's ballpark, but that's based on the percentage of clients. That's about the
So
percentage.
Prince Edward's about 25%
Yeah.
of all.
They're about. Lou, a question that you asked that just now that I need a little bit of clarification on. Lou asked you if you had your own staff as far as maintenance, and you said we do.
We do.
Who is we?
Oh, we Crossroads. I'm
So-
sorry.
so the reason why I'm asking that is because now Crossroads is responsible for Timberlake 1, Timberlake 2, and Evergreen as far as maintenance also. Is that correct?
That is correct. As part of the management company. Now, having said that, there are things we contract out. We put a new Crossroads as a management company, put a new roof on Evergreen this year. We didn't do that.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Right.
But like screen doors, windows, walls need painting, your maintenance department manage, they handle that?
One thing to say to the board, that we'll get some clarification on, Terry, I'll tax you with this later on, but anyway, the chapter 37, from what we can understand, that deals with the 90-10 split. You're correct on that. The thing about it is, it does not require us to pay anything. The 90-10 split can also be through grants or whatever else. That 10% can be through a grant that you all apply for or whatever else in quote-unquote the name of the county or whatever else. So I guess what I'm getting at, the statement that we're required is not true from what chapter 37, is that correct, Doug?
Yeah, I think it requires a 10% local match.
It does.
Whether it's from the locality or other local sources. If the county or the combination of available funds was reduced, it reduces the amount you're able to draw down from the state, because the state's not going to pay beyond the 90%.
That is correct.
Correct, Dr. Baker. So
That is correct.
if, in the past, I know Prince Edward's number was lower, if it was 40,000, that's going to reduce the amount of funds they're going to be able to draw down and provide services in the community. That's my read. Obviously I could verify that.
So it does affect, but just so the board knows, it's not, as we read it now, and this is merely as we read it now, it's not a requirement. It is required in order to get, just so you'll understand what we were getting at there just a minute ago. Is that the way you see it, Dr. Baker, or no?
It is not, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, and we'll get some clarification, just on that, just so we will know.
Okay.
Anything else from the board as far as questions? If not, we appreciate you presenting tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you for the questions. I'm gonna say, we would like for you all to wait, Jack Halton has some comments to the board. If, you can have a seat if you want to, and then we're just gonna hear a few minutes from Jack.
These are questions for.
Sure, okay, then you're more than welcome to
If they
just.
sit up here in the front row, that would be the best way to accommodate the questions.
Not a problem, and I'm gonna put you on the time because I gave everybody else, I gave them 10 minutes, I'm gonna give you 12 because we've taken up some of that time. Jack, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Stanley, and Dr. Baker, Teresa. It's good to see everybody again. It's been a while. I'm here this evening at the request of Supervisor Wilk to ask some questions concerning the housing programs of Crossroads Community Service Board. I found the conversation so far very interesting, and I think the Board of Supervisors has, it's touched on a number of the issues that I was going to touch on earlier, and it's brought into clarification a few things that I was going to focus on. But my specific purpose tonight is to ask some questions to bring about clear, current, and simple understandings of the status of the housing assets. So I have a series of questions. Most of these questions are very simple. They can be answered yes, no, I don't know, or with a very few explanation words. So if that's okay with you, I'll proceed with this. Dr. Baker, when did you arrive at Crossroads?
I was here 6 years in February this year.
At some point in time, I'm sure you became aware that Crossroads was involved in quite a few housing services. And some of those involved real estate that Crossroads owned, and some of it involved real estate that Crossroads did not own.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that at some point in time, you came aware of Timberlake 1 and Timberlake 2 in Evergreen Manor? Is it fair to say that pretty much all of the tenants, the primary tenants in those housing projects are your clients also for services?
The programs are HUD qualified for people with disabilities. And I can speak to your question.
Okay, you are aware that Crossroads is the management agent for Timberlake 1, Timberlake 2, and Evergreen?
Yes.
But you do not own those facilities?
Correct.
Why don't you own them?
Because under HUD regulations, we are not eligible to own them.
Correct. At some point in time, you determined that it was not in Crossroads' best interest to continue the management agent role. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's my understanding that on May 22, 2018, that you had a Crossroads board meeting, you went into a closed session, you came out of that session, the board voted unanimously to support your decisions to close or alter programs and to divest Crossroads from the management of Timberlake Village 1 and 2. Is that correct?
I would correct the word decisions to recommendations.
That's in minutes. That's in your minutes.
That they support,
They support your decision. It's in your minutes. At the time of that divestiture vote, Crossroads still had 3 years left on its contract as management agent. At that time, was it your opinion that it was okay to walk away from that contract in mid-contract with 3 years left?
Mr. Houghton, no, we don't agree on whether that was.
Just yes or no?
It was not.
Was that your opinion?
I did not feel that there was a contract. There was not a contract.
I have a certificate that's signed by Crossroads personnel. It's a 5-year term.
That certificate, may I speak?
Sure.
That certificate is just a certification. That document is a HUD certification document that certifies us to be able to be a management company. It is not a contract. We have to be any.
That certificate
management company has
mentions,
to be certified.
that certificate mentions a management agreement.
It mentions it, but
Okay.
certification is just certification.
Okay, let's move on.
To be a management.
Prior to the May 22, 2018 vote of divestiture, Dr. Baker, had you ever attended even one meeting of the housing boards to explain your concerns about the management of TV1 or TV2?
I don't recall the time.
Well, I do, because I was a member,
I don't.
and you were never there during the entire time that I served. Never. Prior to that divestiture vote, had any of the Crossroads staff ever presented to the housing boards any of your concerns regarding the management of TV1, TV2?
I don't know.
On June 19th, 2018, this is a month after your board met, you called a meeting of the housing boards, Timberlake Villages and Evergreen. You gave them 3 options: sell the projects, get a new management agent, or shut them down. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
It's in your minutes?
It's not correct.
It's in your minutes?
You have to show me that.
I will. I don't have it right with me right this moment, but it's in your minutes.
It had never been any other intention than to have a different management company.
It's in your minutes, but let's go on. I will provide those minutes, by the way. So you deny that? She denies that. Were the board members surprised at your appearance and at your presentation on that date, June 19th?
Which board members?
The housing board members.
Yes.
In the past, have you opined that the housing board members did not have a clear understanding of their role and responsibilities as owners of the housing assets?
That's been a long process, and yes, at that time, I did believe that.
Of course, the 3 options that you gave the housing boards, which is documented in the minutes, would involve some fairly complex legal, financial, administrative, and human services activity, not to mention costs. Who did you expect to do that work, and who did you expect to pay for it?
I'm not clear on the question.
Okay, we'll move on. Shutting down the housing projects, that would be disastrous, wouldn't it?
Yes,
And you deny saying that that was an option, even though it's in the minutes.
I do not have any recollection of saying anything like that.
It's in the minutes.
Whose minutes?
It's in your minutes, Crossroads. would you have any idea where the clients, the renters would go if you shut down Timberlake Villages 1 and 2?
First of all, I don't own Timberlake 1 and 2.
I'm asking
I
you,
have nothing
do you
to
know
do
where they would go? Where would you send them?
It's just not an option on the table.
Most of them are your clients. Where would they go?
It's not an option on the table.
I would agree, it's not an option, never was. But you proposed it.
1 minute and 20 seconds, Jack.
Yes.
Got 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
What's that?
You got 1 minute and 20 seconds.
All right. Recently, you said that you were going to continue for one more year after June 30th.
Through the 22
Okay.
years.
You started on this in May of 2018. Initially, you gave the housing boards 180 days. Then you extended it to 1 year. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And most recently, in late 2020 and early 2021, you still hadn't worked the things out. You were trying to transfer the real estate to a North Carolina realtor.
I don't own the real estate. We have not had any involvement in the sale of assets whatsoever.
You were involved in the conversations. I've got emails to show it. Do you deny that?
I have nothing to do with the proposed sale of the assets.
Why is your name on the emails?
Because frequently I'm copied on emails. I'm the executive director of the agency.
Okay, today you're saying you're going to continue for another year because you haven't got a new management agent yet.
Correct.
All right, you've
But
indicated,
it's not my responsibility to do that.
no, it's a management agent.
No, sir. It's the
You
owner's
have cited the reason you want to divest financial. The rents are too low. Who's responsible for negotiating the rents up with HUD? Your people. You complain about the rents not being collected in a timely fashion from some tenants. Whose job is that? You complain about not having money to maintain the properties. Whose job was it to work out the replenishment fund for repairs and maintenance with HUD? Your people. In other words, what I'm saying is, your people have been doing a bad job in managing this, and now you're trying to unload it. That's what you're trying to do.
I disagree.
Time's up, Jack.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you,
I think that the board can see the concern from everyone, from the community that we've heard, and from Dr. Baker as far as financial.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Could
I
I
was-
add
Sure,
one
Jim.
thing, Jack, when you mentioned minutes and emails and so forth that I consider hard copy, can we get a copy of those at some
Yes.
point? Thank you.
I'll get it to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you,
Sure.
if you would, Jim, just get that to Doug also, please. As pretty much anyone can see, you can see why we're in the quandary as far as giving money when there's been an outcry from the community. I'm sure that.
Oh, can I add one more thing? You touched on this earlier. You asked who these people are, the private corporations?
I did.
Those are your next door neighbors. Those are community volunteers from your community, from around the region. These are people who have been recruited by Crossroads to fulfill the legal requirement. These are non-paid people. They're your next door neighbors. They don't get paid anything. They work for nothing. And Dr. Baker's trying to put it all off on people who have been volunteering for years.
Thank you. Of course, it's, as you very well know, it's up to the board as to how we decide to vote as far as giving money or whatever else, and we're gonna get Doug and Terry also just to look into chapter 37, tell us what our legal requirements are, and it's in our, we revisited this because of a meeting that I attended, and from what I understand, one of your other board members also asked you to come to their meeting, and I suppose that you have already, that they had some of the same questions. I had talked to him after the meeting, and he had pretty much some of the same questions that I had at the meeting, and some of the same questions that have been brought up here tonight. And we get a report every so often when we ask it, or if there's something particular going on from Ms. Pride, and we are thankful for that, and we thank you for being here this evening. And we will let you know what our decision is, but we're gonna just look at what's required and what is not. We're not making a statement tonight as to whether we're given or not. We're just merely looking to see just what is required of us and how we need to go about this. I guess this came about mostly because Timberlake 1, Timberlake 2, and Evergreen, and you all's home office, so to speak, is in Prince Edward County. And like I said earlier, the community, we've seen an outcry, whether it's in the paper, whether it's community members calling, whether it's people on your board that have called me or called other members and asked. And that's the reason why I was at your meetings, because of that. Thank you both for presenting. If there's anything that we have, we're going to ask Doug to get in contact with you to ask for any information or anything else. We ask that you would please get it to us if it's something that you can.
David, is there anybody else that's gonna speak?
I don't think that there's anyone else to speak to this tonight.
Yeah, I think this, you got your thing out?
Yes, my name is Thomas Woodall. Can I have a few moments?
You got 2 minutes. Go ahead, Thomas.
2 minutes. This is a gross
Hey,
misrepresentation.
Thomas, come to the,
This is a gross misrepresentation of the reality of the circumstances that these housing boards were made as a way to meet the requirement for these HUD funding 30, 40 years ago. This is not something separate from Crossroads. This is not a company out there somewhere or something. Most of the people in the a lot of the people in the housing board are Crossroads employees, or they were. The reality is that this has been grossly mismanaged, and you've been misled as to the reality of the situation. That's probably 2 minutes.
no, you got,
I have 900 other pieces of information over there. And I may not have the skills to explain to you how important this is, but I need somebody to pay attention to it.
You a former employee?
That's correct.
Yeah, we got some information from you several
Yeah,
times.
letter, did you send us a
You
letter?
sent, well, and we spoke on the phone, yeah.
is there anyone else in the audience that was former employees or whatever else that can get us some information? The lady and gentleman in the back, can you give your name, please? And you were a employee at Crossroads?
Oh, yes, I was an employee of Crossroads for 23 years, from 1994 until 5 years ago. I was one of the 4 people that were terminated in the so-called reduction in force, and I have 30 minutes to vacate my office.
30 minutes?
30 minutes. I'm very closely familiar with Timberlake 1 and 2. I have staff in those apartments. They case manage those apartments. Those are people that we know, and we care about in the community. And since when I was there, case managers were in those apartments. It's a whole system of delivery of mental health care. It's not a silo of health. It is a system of health care that keeps people in your communities with mental illness, with addiction, with intellectual disabilities, safe and stable in the community. Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
And you would also come to the board if we had particular questions about that time period? And the gentleman with you?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Crawford. I was also one of the employees that was terminated. I had maybe a little less than 30 minutes to vacate the office. But yeah, one thing that just kept coming to mind in terms of Timberlake is the location, right? That those vulnerable members of the community can walk to the townhouse, and walk to the psychosocial program. They can then cross the road and be at the bus stop to take the bus into town to get the stuff they need. So it's right, it's a whole system. You know, it's hard for people to work on mental health recovery if friends, frankly, that they can go to townhouse with. So it's absolutely very important.
Were either one of y'all get any reprimand or written, warning to why y'all were to be relieved of your job?
I know, I got a letter, Dr. Baker, Susan Baker delivered a letter to my office after 23 years. They had my incorrect job title, it was not signed, and it was not dated, I believe. I have a copy of it with me. It stated that there was a reorganization of Crossroads, and due to that, my position was eliminated. I was the director of long-term care. I supervised over 60 employees, psychosocial rehab, and case manager were part of those programs. No, I had stellar performance evaluations under my previous supervisor, who was the executive director, Will Rogers. I worked for him for 23 years. And it was apparently a reduction in force. However, the Department of Behavioral Health was never notified. We were completely shocked. There was no planning if it was a reduction in force. We were literally escorted out.
Let me stop you just a minute. Isn't that part of, isn't there a Virginia code for that where that's,
Yeah, Crossroads was cited after the four of us were let go, which is 50% of the senior management. Jonathan and I were 50% of the senior management team clinically, just to give you a sense of, that we're running the service, the clinical delivery of service. So if you lost 50% of your tenured seasoned team in 30 minutes, with no warning, no plan, and Crossroads was cited for that after the auditors came out.
so let me clarify this just a moment. So it was a reduction in staff, so your program ended?
The letter said that it was, Crossroads was reorganizing.
Okay.
And that there was a structural reorganization, and my position was being eliminated. We've come since to see, we're in touch with many of, those are our families and our colleagues. These are people we work with our whole lives. Many of the positions, I won't say no, were refilled, restructured.
Okay.
Was anybody hired later to do what you did?
Oh, yeah, it was reorganized.
So it wasn't really reduced.
No, I don't, in fact, one of the people that was hired, one of the other people that was, walked out with us, Cindy Morris, she was a nursing supervisor, she supervised, I'm a registered nurse, and I also have a master's degree in administration. We supervised all of the nurses and all of the clinics. I will say this, if nothing else, I now work as a consultant for the state, I'm very, very proud of the work we did and of the services your community has. I've gone on to, we used to look at Henrico and other counties that had fancier buildings. I think we had better services out here, and I will attest to that. The nursing supervisor that was also walked out that day, she was replaced with another nurse. I don't know how much later after that, who had no experience, who I think was just out of nursing school. Who happened to be, I understand, this is related to another.
May I,
Go ahead.
may I request that we get a copy of that letter?
I have it with me, yes.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, by all means.
The matter that she's bringing up went through a court of law. They sued, as did the four of them. It was adjudicated through the courts, and it was completely thrown out. So this has been through the court system.
Correct. That was a few years ago. Is that right? It was adjudicated in court, and there was no conflict. I'm kind of familiar with this particular case. There was no conflict of interest there. That is what they said. Is that correct?
That there was no reason that.
But I think that I think if you're going to go there, the judge was actually a fraternity member with a person that was about, that's murky water that I don't think anybody wants to go to, ma'am. I'll just tell you, I think that that's murky water that no one wants to go to. Just because something is thrown out in court or whatever else does not mean that it's right, wrong, or indifferent. It just means that it's a judgment, and that's all that it is just a judgment. Yes, sir.
If I could just add to that, thank you for those words. We're not here because of the court issue. Neither of us live in any of the 7 counties that Crossroads serves. But we grew up there, right? Being in a rural place like this, mental health and addiction services are not always taken seriously. And so we definitely strove to make sure that happens. not follow the own policy procedure of a reduction. That had been voted on and approved by the board, nor was what the Department of Behavioral Health said followed either, which is why they then got 40 recommendations from DBHDS, of which we can provide you a copy. But again, it's not about the legality of it, it's about the people making sure that they get what they need.
I understand. I appreciate everyone's time and concern. Just so that we don't belabor this, if Doug asks you all for some information from either Crossroads or from former employees or whatever else, I would ask that you please present that to him. If it's something you can, if you don't want to. Other than that, we're gonna move on to our next thing on the agenda, and then we will revisit in our own time as far as the budget, and we will allow you all to leave if you like to, or stay and listen, or whatever else, but we will let Ms. Baker know about their budget and what we decide about that. Thank you for coming. Thank you for answering the questions. Thank you for it all. I appreciate the fact of you being here and hearing out us and other people also. Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we are
The assistant.
we're in, citizen volunteer
Citizen
vacancy.
volunteer.
If you'll give us just a moment.
I could add, Mr. Chairman,
ahead.
that in March, the county was notified of the resignation of Reverend Maurice Finney from the Crossroads Community Services Board. His term of office was set to expire on December 31st of 2021. The vacancy has been advertised. I believe we received one application for that position. The appointment would be for the unexpired term of office from basically April 14 through December 31st of this year.
Okay. Are you going to tell us who that is, or is that?
She's here.
I know she is.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, it's in your table pack,
Right.
item number 26.
I got you. Doug, I'm gonna let you speak to that.
185.
185.
Application is in the table pack.
Oh, I got so many papers right now.
You right.
And Bernetta Watkins, who I knew she was here for this, I just didn't know if we was ready to go that direction or not. Has volunteered after all that. Are you still up to it? I'm giving you the option to run if you need to. So don't say I didn't give you the option.
We'll hold the door for you if you want.
We've got the sheriff in the hallway.
That's
Keep
right.
her in
Yeah,
there.
that's right. I think Bernetta has dealt with some of this in the past and kind of her job, and would do a tremendous job for us at least through the end of the year, and then at that time, she can decide whether she would like to reapply. It would be my recommendation to appoint her, but that's, I would make that motion, and I'll leave it up to the board as to go from there.
Okay, I, Patty Cooper Jones, fully support Ms. Bernetta Watkins, but I cannot vote for her. I am her cousin by marriage, first cousin. So I just want to make it clear, I fully support you. And if I were you, I might think about running too.
Well, for a second, I'd like to make a comment. We have a very, very awesome individual, well qualified. She's very much aware of the services for Crossroads. We could not find a better candidate.
She does work for the social services, so she.
Director of Social
Director of Social
Services,
Services
Nottoway.
in Nottoway County, so she knows quite a bit about what the ins and outs, and I think, in my opinion, that she will represent Prince Edward County well.
Well.
But it's up to the board as to what we do.
I'd like to move we appoint her.
Bobby got a question?
I thought you already made it.
I did. You gonna second it, Jim?
Yeah.
All right, it's been properly made and seconded, with Ms. Patty Cooper having to abstain. Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Beverly?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Bobby?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
All right,
Thanks
so
for
moved. Thank you,
Boy,
thank
you
you.
did that.
We might have should have brought you in after this, Barnett.
I don't think we're doing her a favor.
That's right.
Judge Rice, good luck.
Add it to fire, pan into the fire.
That's right.
And she thought the Nottoway board meetings
That's
were
right,
crazy.
that's exactly right.
Thanks so much, Vanessa.
Do we have another volunteer appointment that we have to advertise, is that
I'm
correct?
gonna advertise these, John.
Oh, let's see.
14, I'm jumping.
Yes, we've got a group there to advertise.
Okay, you wanna read those two
I
when we get
can,
there?
yes,
If y'all
sir.
give us just, I've gotten behind, I'll be honest with you.
All right, so the following chart summarizes the boards and commissions which have upcoming vacancies and/or expiring terms of office in June of 2021. So we have the Board of Appeals for the Building Code Board of Appeals is a term of office of 5 years. We have one vacancy, and currently in the office is Lanny Walker, and the board makes a recommendation to the Circuit Court. The Poplar Hill Community Development Authority, it's a one-year term of office. We have two citizen positions, Mr. John Gant and Mr. Roy Yates, and they're eligible for reappointment. The County IDA, it's a 4-year term. We have two vacancies. That's Tim Tharp and then a vacancy, and both are eligible for reappointment. Social Services Board, term of office is 4 years, one vacancy. Ida Miley. Central Virginia Regional Library Board, term of office 4 years, one vacancy. Vicky Page, eligible for reappointment. And as you mentioned earlier, the Southside Virginia Community College Board, 4 years, one vacancy. Ms. Lisa Tharp, again, she's not eligible for reappointment, so we need to find somebody for that one.
Social service representative needs to come out of Maharon area, Mr. Townsend.
Okay.
So if you can scrounge somebody up down there that might be interested, it'd be great.
On the IDA board, do we have somebody to fill both vacancies?
Well, you've got of course, you've got Tim, who's eligible for reappointment, and then the other vacancy,
And one total vacancy?
one total vacancy. So if you've got anybody that might be interested, let us
Yeah, I
know.
have some, maybe that, I'll have to talk to him.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is the CDA, just for a year? And the rest are not?
So, years ago, it was for 4 years, and it was changed to 1 year. It is, I will say it is a considerable burden on the people that are willing to serve because they have to file that form annually. So the board may wish to consider that. We've done it 1 year for, I'm gonna say, right many years, but the term of office started out for the citizens at 4 years, but it was changed many years ago. But a 1 year term of office requires that we seek them out every year to fill out that citizen volunteer application. So
It'd be great to at least go to a 2-year term, and that would be
I
a,
was gonna say, is that,
Yeah.
can we do that? Is there a reason why we
you
can't
can
do
do
that?
that when you make the appointments in June, or we can change it and advertise it.
Advertise it for 2 years.
If the board so chooses.
It's
The
better
board
than
would
one.
wish to vote to change that term so that we would have it documented that the board changed that term effective July 1.
Also move.
I'm making you so move, I'll second that. Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Patty?
Yes.
Yes.
Jim? Bobby?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
All right, there you go. Now, that will go to a 2-year starting in our next term, which starts July 1st, correct?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Poplar Hill CDA.
CDA. All right, roadside litter pickup initiative. It's all you, Doug.
As board members have seen and heard from your constituents, the county's primary and secondary roads are littered with trash and debris. We get a lot of complaints, particularly on roads that are with our convenience sites and landfill along major highways feeding the landfill like 460, with which trash trucks in the county, town of Farmville, Longwood, Hemp Sydney, and private haulers all use to get there. In talking with VDOT, they will typically have contractors pick up trash before mowing starts in May or June. It's simply not acceptable, I think, for us to wait that long. We're working on a number of options to address the issue. First, we work with VDOT, the General District Court, and Piedmont Court Services to establish a program for offenders to be given community service to pick up trash. And it's been successful in some cases not. Some folks are better. Some might work 5 hours and pick up a bag of trash. Others are picking up, a couple bags an hour. But every bag helps. Secondly, we hope to work with the Piedmont Regional Jail to pick up roads in the county. Unfortunately, the jail is understaffed and dealing with COVID issues and have been unable to put crews out. When they're able, Prince Edward will be in line with the other counties that are members of the jail to get some of that service. In talking with the superintendent and VDOT, if the county can reimburse the jail for overtime for off-duty officers, we will be able to get inmates to conduct litter pickups. VDOT can support providing bags and vests and stuff. They have a similar agreement with Appomattox County for inmates. I feel like it's a good alternative for us to pursue. We would have the ability to use the contractors that VDOT uses if the jail was unable to provide staffing. We've get a sample agreement is in the pack. What I'm requesting is to approve the transfer of $10,000 from the landfill to the waste collection budget to fund pickup along the county roadways. And the reason I'm doing that is you have to admit some of this is coming from the trash trucks, and is being good neighbors. The people that live along Hard Times, that live along Prospect and some of the other roads, Oliver Road, back in those areas, we need to make sure they're picked up. 460 as well. And, you know, $25 an hour provide about 400 hours of litter pickup countywide, and, you know, try it. We've got to try something. I've talked to the sheriff. The sheriff, you know, the problem is the officer, or if it's a private individual going to the magistrate, you have to physically see the person throw the trash out the window in order to prosecute, and that's difficult. And so, you know, this is another angle. We'll try to get at it. The other angles are, you know, people can adopt roadways privately. People do that. We'll use the court services. VDOT will pick up during mowing season, but we've got to make some type of effort to clean up the county.
Doug, have you talked to any contractors? You know, we were talking about the stretch from Appomattox, Concord to Lynchburg. Those guys were moving.
So,
I mean, they done their job.
VDOT has, and we can basically ride their contract. There are a couple contract groups that they use. It's a little more expensive than $25 an hour, but again, if we can't get the inmates, then we'll use that service. And what they do it by area, and they'll pick up, say, a 10-foot strip on either side of the shoulder, and they add up the area for the length of mile, and you know, they send you a bill based on what they've covered. So they won't go far off the right of way, but they'll pick a, you know, an area along the strip, but they will fly.
Yes, sir. They do a nice job.
Seems like some industrious person will come up with a trash bag, it's like a leaf bag.
That's right, that's true.
So I guess, we need a motion to transfer that money, is that correct?
There's a sample motion on page 2 there that authorizes the transfer. It also directs the county attorney to prepare and authorize the county administrator to sign the agreement with the regional jail.
Okay, you wanna read it,
Want
Patty?
me to read it? I move that the Board of Supervisors approve the request to transfer $10,000 from the landfill budget to the refuse collection budget and establish a budget line for inmate labor in the refuse collection budget as outlined for the purpose of contracting with the Piedmont Regional Jail and/or a private contractor to clean up litter off the county roads. I further direct the county attorney to prepare and authorize the county administrator to sign an agreement with the Piedmont Regional Jail and VDOT for the collection of litter along Prince Edward County roadways.
I'll second it.
Motion has been properly made and seconded, and we're gonna vote. Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Patty?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes.
Jim? Bobby?
Yes.
Jerry?
Should have vote.
Probably best to abstain.
Probably
Yeah.
need to-
You gonna abstain, all right,
Abstain.
and Luke?
Abstain or
Abstain.
recuse myself.
All right, Luke?
Yes.
All right. 7-1 with one abstention then. All right. Buildings and grounds position. Doug, back to you.
In August of 2020, the county created the position of Buildings and Grounds Supervisor and hired Randall Cook for the position. The position is currently graded as a 10 and is listed as non-exempt, which means that the position earns overtime for any hours worked over the standard 40-hour work week. Its current salary is $52,500. Since Ron Van Epps' retirement as Public Works Director, we reorganized the Public Works Department, made Jeff responsible for solid waste and Randy responsible for building and grounds. As such, they are now responsible for the budget, management, and oversight of their respective areas. We've replaced Mr. Van Ness with an equipment operator position and driver, which I'm happy to say those two new people will start next Monday. At this time, I'm requesting that we upgrade the buildings and grounds supervisor from a grade 10, ranges 33 to 933.97 to 54 554.66 to a grade 20, 55 274.87 to 88 683.79, and make the position an exempt position, so we won't have to worry about the overtime, so Randy had to put in more hours. As proposed, his salary would be increased from 52,500 to 62,850.12. So that's step 7, effective April 1 of 2021. This will bring his salary in line with that of the responsibilities of the position, and result in overtime savings as well. I would also request the landfill general manager position be set at grade 20 as well. The position is currently upgraded with a salary of $82,000. The Finance Committee discussed the recommendations at the meeting on March the 9th and unanimously recommended approval of the request as presented.
This looks like an increase, but it's actually gonna save us money. That overtime eats us up. So just so that the board knows what this particular deal is actually a money-saving deal. So,
But it gives us room to.
Gives us-
Increase in pay, because he was up there at the top added.
that's correct. That is correct. And if he has to come in, you know, during the flood and things, if it doesn't snow, it doesn't just eat us up too. That's,
Okay.
go
I
ahead.
move that the Board of Supervisors approve the requested change to the Buildings and Grounds Supervisor position and pay increase from $52,500 to $62,850.12, grade 7, effective April 1, 2021.
I'll second.
Ms.
Yes.
Before we do that, do you want to do the position upgrade for the landfill also?
Yes, sir. If we could amend the motion. I'm sorry I didn't include that.
That's all right. We're gonna amend that motion to cover the landfill general manager position to set it be to a grade 20 also. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then it's been properly made and seconded with a recommendation to add that. Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Patty?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Bobby, Jerry?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
All right. Chelsea, are you still with us? Good evening.
Did they keep you up this late in Cumberland?
Thank you.
She said don't get her started. Don't get you started, right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Once again, good evening. Since beginning my position as Director of Economic Development and Tourism on March 15th, I've hit the ground running, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to serve. And on page 134 of your packets, you'll find my report, which I provide some highlights, and I've also provided the handout, which is the Visitor Center monthly report for March. The IDA is working with the Timmons Group on next steps to take the Heartland Innovative Technology Park to Tier 3 level certification, and the survey crews were actually just there on the property yesterday. We've had one site visit from an interested developer, allowing us to show 2 sites, and we've continued to provide information to developers interested in the business park and follow up on leads from the Virginia Growth Alliance for prospects in search of industrial sites. We're thankful to be seeing an increase of visitors at the Visitor Center, and we're looking forward to opening full-time in May. We're also looking forward to seeing more visitors when the construction at High Bridge Trail State Park is completed. Also, the Comcast commercials have been airing promoting the hashtag Find What You Love in Farmville campaign throughout Virginia this spring and summer, and videos of those commercials can also be seen on the Tour Prince Edward YouTube page. Additionally, roadside banners for this campaign have also been installed throughout the county, and we're planning for them to stay up through October. Currently, there is one part-time travel counselor vacancy at the visitor center, and we're hoping to fill this position pretty soon. And I will try to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Chelsea?
So were you, as far as the visitor center, you gonna have to, y'all kept all the people on a temporary basis that were working there prior to that, right?
Yes, but we did have one person that has moved on to a full-time position in another county.
Right.
So,
But you can cover your hours by expanding their hours, so,
yes.
okay, great.
Yep.
This is something that Doug, I'm sure, will have to be involved in too, but sometime when you have some time, I know Dickie Crawley would like to take you on a little inspection tour on his prospects for a river walk,
Okay.
as far as what you can do as far as grants and so forth. He's gonna put most of the money in it, but he would like to get some grants if possible,
Okay.
so.
Sounds
And if
good.
you'll holler at me, be happy to set it up with him.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Well, Mr. Love, we kept you up too.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, what I bring to you tonight is a community development fee schedule update. In review of county information in my time here, and since County Administrator Stanley came, we looked at the current fee schedule for planning and zoning and community development fees that the county has. The last time they were updated or adopted was 2005. You'll see a table on page 137. I did a fee study of the counties around us: Amelia, Appomattox, Buckingham, Cumberland, Nottaway, and Town of Farmville. Also showed our current fee schedule and a proposed fee schedule. Reason I bring this to you is because many of the things that we do daily require certifications. Myself and Trey Powell have gone through DEQ certifications. He's going through Certified Planning Commissioner certification, and we have a lot of hard cost involved when we look at looking at zoning permits. We don't have a fee on that at all. A lot of times I can do some of those in the office, but sometimes it does require a field visit. So that's hard cost in time, gasoline, and resources. So in looking at this, trying to get development to pay for itself, not to pass it along to the fixed income person or someone of a low to moderate income. So I have a set of fees here tonight for your review. One thing of note is we can't do anything right now on subdivision review fees. When we went to the Planning Commission, we did have some different numbers, and in review of the subdivision code, which we are looking at that code in general, there's several things that we'll be bringing to y'all in the future. But any change to that would require a public hearing. So we want to be comprehensive with that subdivision ordinance review, and so bring that back to you at a later date. So we're going to leave that as it is. But notice we do have some differences in types of subdivisions. In the future, if we have a major subdivision that involves public works or coordination with that involves roadways, we would be looking to do something a little different on that. This would be a large lot subdivision, well beyond 5 lots. But again, tonight, if you have any questions of me, I'd be glad to answer. The only thing I did not prepare for you is when you might want this to be effective. Obviously, some of these would be a little change. We may want to put a notice, in public notice on our webpage, let folks know things. So if you're inclined to approve, you may want to consider a certain effective date. And
They don't seem to be excessive to me.
Just $25 for 3.
Yeah, based on looking at the other counties and so forth. And if it generates some extra revenue and doesn't hit everybody, it just hits the people that are, doing development, I don't see anything wrong with it.
This doesn't require a public hearing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't require.
The subdivision ordinance will, because we're changing the code for those.
That's right. We're just upping the rate on the.
That's right.
Okay, you understand.
yeah, we're excluding that tonight. This is just the fees that you've adopted in 2005, and they were adopted the
We've already
regular.
got the fees, we're just.
Yes.
Right.
I'm gonna move that the board of supervisors do approve that supervisor table decision to updating the fee schedule, effective July 1.
That'll give us time to advertise.
Beginning of the fiscal year.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, good idea.
Is that a motion?
That
Yeah.
motion made.
I'll second.
Jim seconded. Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Patty?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Bobby? Jerry?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Good job, Rob.
Yeah. Good job, Rob.
Since I have a big mouth, I'm gonna speak.
Go ahead, girl.
So, updates from HR, we currently have one PT visitor center travel coordinator position available, as Chelsea let you know, and we currently have one application. We still have the finance director position, we have re-advertised that in Montpelier and with Bayport, and we currently have 3 positions for that.
3 applications for it? We do?
3 applications,
Financial director.
finance director.
So we've re-advertised it, what, twice, 3 times?
We just put it back out and, yeah, so I'd say give another week or so to see if we get anything off the second ad and then we'll take a look what we got.
Does it look feasible?
I think nobody's standing out completely, but I think there are folks that could potentially do the job.
Let's being optimistic.
Anything else, Cheryl? Is that it?
No, sir, that's all I have unless you have something for me.
Does anybody have any questions? All right. Sarah and Trey. Trey.
Good evening, board.
Good evening.
Glad to be back in front of y'all after a little time there. In front of y'all, passed out before the meeting is your update, your COVID update, number 20. If you look at the numbers, the numbers actually look really good for the past month. That's a very minute increase in cases for the area. There are some variants that are growing in threat around the area. If you look down at the bottom of your vaccination numbers, there's a positive numbers. We've been giving vaccines since the first of the year, and you can tell that it was slow to get started, but now we're starting to double in the months. So that's a positive outcome for the county, Prince Edward. Your second page, the vaccination Prince Edward updates. The Piedmont Health District is currently in phase 1C. April 18th, next week, entire Virginia opens up to phase 2, which basically becomes open for anybody 16 and older. We're pushing the vaccinefinder.org to help locate clinics and pharmacies that are available to get your vaccines. Clinics are still focusing now on the vulnerable citizens. Just today, we did another one in Hampton, Sydney, which was focused in that kind of area of population. April 2nd, we did one, 620 vaccines were administered. April 13th, we had our 10,000th vaccine in Prince Edward County was administered. We do have a Facebook post that will be going up. Those 2 constituents were from Ms. Booth's area on Stokes Road, Eva and Floyd Bland. So they were very excited. They willing to get a picture with Dr. Alacoria. And we're going to get that up tomorrow to get some PR for them. But that was a good milestone for the county for 10,000 shots. There's another clinic tomorrow. Tomorrow's clinic is open again, but it's also focused on trying to get some of the Hampton Sydney students and stuff that fall into that category vaccinated prior to leaving. Walmart also did 2 clinics for us, March 30th and April 1st at Pefia. That wasn't just Prince Edward citizens, but it was open to the whole Piedmont district. They had great success, somewhere between 500 to 600 shots a day also in both of those clinics. We're working on now recruiting some volunteer vaccinators to help us. Southside Community College nursing students were helping a lot. Of course, their semester is ending, so once they end, they're out of school. We've had some success getting some volunteer vaccinators, and I think we're going to gain a little bit more traction in the coming weeks. The health department continues to administer a weekly vaccine clinics throughout the health district. They're trying to at least do 2 now a week in different areas. And of course, any vaccine is better than no vaccine. The governor updated,
We're gonna negate that right now since it's all part of today.
well, yeah, okay. Moderna
Well,
and
we
Pfizer,
understand.
Moderna and Pfizer. The governor updated Executive Order 72. Basically, he lifted some restrictions and kept most restrictions the same. Of course, the variants in the US right now that are spreading are kind of a concern. Jury trials are supposed to be starting back at the end of the month. I believe the email came out yesterday from the clerk. The end
Today.
of the month, the last couple of days.
It was today.
Yeah, today.
Yep, yep.
So, as long as nothing gets postponed or canceled, we should be back to jury trials at the end of the month. Central Southside has closed their COVID unit. Any patients that require the unit are now being sent to Lynchburg, which is a positive, outlook for the area. Your EMS calls are on your next page on the back. You can see the difference. We talked about this in March last year. There was a huge decrease in call volume. You can see now we're back to where we normally would be running, that 340, 350 range. AFG grant for the fire service was submitted and pending right now. That's to replace the additional air packs they needed to outfit what CARES and the departments didn't buy. We're continuing to work with letterpress communications to assist in public information and messaging regarding COVID. I think that's going to be a positive outcome as far as our PR campaigns, as far as Facebook and even hard letters. So that's all of our update for this day. Y'all have any questions?
Any questions?
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The report, while you're coming, Terry, I just ask Doug for just a split second. The Prospect Historical Society had a meeting last Tuesday. They contacted me, and I'm gonna let Doug kind of give a, I'm gonna preface it for him and tell him that the county voted, that's a good way to say, to remove the structure in Prospect, and we don't have but just a short few days to get it done.
Well, I'll say that trying to pull out all the grant information. If you remember, I think it was back in 2018, the county effectively killed the grant application. We're running out of time. The county killed the grant application to bid out and rebuild a building there at the train station site in Prospect. We're pulling out the data. There's lead paint that needs to be cleaned up as part of the operation when the building is torn down. We're trying to find a copy of the environmental report. We reached out to Daniel Jordan to get a copy of that. Chelsea has been able to identify some of the grant files. We've been able to find those. There's a cost to dispose of and haul off that lead paint material. There's a cost to knock the building down. The state park owns the property. The Heritage Historical Society owns the building. I think we're going to be bringing some of this to the Facilities Committee to talk about what role do y'all want the county to play in this part of the process. So we killed the grant proposal, but we still haven't resolved what's going to happen with the building. And figuring out that next step and what role, what do you want us to do as far as staff is in that process? So that'll be coming probably next Facilities Committee meeting, Mr. Chairman, to talk about it.
Thank you. It is. We voted to have that torn down this year. Is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
We did vote to remove it, right?
I've got we'll pull the minutes. Sarah, I was looking at Sarah. She might.
I don't. Doug and I were just talking about it the other day, and we had a couple different sets that we were looking at.
Why don't you just bring it to the meeting next week?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, that way we can update it then.
Right. But, I'll tell you, the state sure jerked us around on that thing. No two ways about it.
Well, and I think there were 15 moving parts at once. You had Tobacco Commission grants. You had, environmental issues. Everything had different timelines. VDOT grant. And
The biggest thing to me is we don't have the money to do it.
Well, at one point in time, though, they pretty much said, y'all go ahead with it and use the money, and then all these environmental issues come up and all that.
It just-
And then the cost of rebuilding the building went up, and
Yeah, well, they had to be done specifically
According to,
back to,
yeah, that's when the historical, when the, not the Prospect Historical, when the Department of Historical got into it, then it was a
Yeah.
completely different,
Yep.
different thing, but anyway. There's been an outcry, so to speak, of people driving by it because it's straight across from the,
Post office.
post
Post
office
office.
thing, I was gonna say mail center, the post office, a lot of people see it, they go there and they're, it's kind of becoming a hazard if somebody gets hurt there or something else, and I think that's the problem, and Daniel Jordan actually had spoke to me at some other meeting and just kind of wanted to know what we were thinking, and that's kind of what got the process started.
And I think they may be interested in some type of wayside station, restroom facility or something there once the existing building's gone.
Donate to them, the whole building.
That's exactly right. Ms. Terry?
Good evening. Glad to see everybody. Nice to have folks sitting out here. I agree with you. Nice to have the audience back. Anyway, we've been busy this month working on dead bodies that really weren't unclaimed, goats, trash. Anyway, various topics. I don't have anything really to report. I'm working with Doug on several matters that we need just a memo about, but not anything that's of pressing nature or any lawsuit that I'm aware of. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. I'm just curious, sir, how did they know the man didn't have a family? I mean, the man is dead. I mean, you can't answer him, but how did they know that? Well, go ahead. Well, he had, they're actually,
There were competing interests, but the state didn't want to have to deal with it, so they tried to dump it on us. But the sheriff said no.
thank you, Sheriff. I mean,
Does that
thank,
summarize it pretty
that,
concisely?
yes. Okay. Yes. It was not an unclaimed body.
But to answer your question, Dr. Pride, we do on many occasions have individuals who pass away in Prince Edward County, and the way the Code of Virginia is written is that if they have no one, they have no relatives or no one who will claim them, or they may have relatives who won't claim them, it's the responsibility of the sheriff to investigate and determine, and if there is no one willing to claim their, the decedent, then it becomes the responsibility of the county to support the sheriff to bear the expense or the cost of the disposition of the body. And the county attorney has to have 2 court orders executed, so it is not a happy topic for so many reasons when we learn that there is an unclaimed body. Not to mention that there's nobody that this person has their loved one.
I need to tell Sarah's husband that she's getting pretty good at getting rid of bodies, so.
Are there any questions for Terry? If not, thank you.
Thank you.
Doug?
Just from my report last week, a few items I want to hit on. Again, solid waste, we've gotten our temporary permit from DEQ to increase from 100 ton per day to 175 tons per day. As part of that process, we had to send out letters to adjoining property owners, which has been completed. The modification.
Before you go any farther, that hasn't happened, just so you know.
As far as identification?
As far as identification, and people that don't own any property there have been identified, and there's a lady from Henderson, North Carolina, that contacted me that owns property in Prince Edward County. She was contacted that they were gonna do something as far as the tonnage, and she called me wanting to know what it's about, and I said, at that time, I hadn't gotten my letter, so I didn't know. Just so, I don't know who we need to let know, but.
Sarah will pass that along to.
Verify the adjoining property.
Robbie, actually, you did the list, didn't you, Robbie?
He and I talked about it just a
Okay.
minute ago, but just so we
Yeah.
know.
I haven't seen the letter, but I did.
Yeah, I know they had at least, 1 or 2, Sarah, I think people had reached out to the firm, and had some questions about what we were doing. So I think, like I said, Robbie had done the list, so we'll double
just
check
check
it. Yep.
Other than increased traffic, that'll be the only impact on the neighbors, right?
Yeah, I mean, litter, there's some other kind of side effects, and I think we can take care of some of those things. But the reality is, the trucks have been going there anyway. Some of them have been turned around. We've been turning them away to send them back out. But trucks are going down the road, so the traffic's will be what the traffic is, I think, at this point. Tax relief for the elderly and permanently disabled. Staff is working with the Commissioner of the Revenue on making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors for amending Section 7203.4 to adjust the income and asset limits to address the changes from the general reassessment. The recommendations will be presented at the May meeting for a scheduled June public hearing. Transient occupancy tax. Staff has researched the ability of the county to enact and start collecting the transient occupancy tax. The tax, originally adopted in 2007 by the board, has never been fully implemented by the county. While we really don't have any major hotels, we do have now over 15 short-term rentals, and you got state park cabins that all also have to pay that tax. In review of the previously adopted ordinance, there are some modifications. The code will require modification of our ordinance. We'll be working with Terry to the treasurer and the Commissioner of Revenue to make those changes, get to the board, hopefully to advertise and hold a public hearing, to be able to get that in place on or about July 1st. Board Equalization, Robbie, you had a hearing here yesterday afternoon. We've got remaining dates, April 16, 21st, 26th, and May 14th. Additional times and dates will be scheduled if necessary and advertised. Again, people can call the administrator's office for that. Sandy River Reservoir, I'm going tomorrow night with our consultants to speak to Nottaway County and the towns of Crew, Burkeville, and Blackstone to talk about the resolution and trying to move forward with their application permit. Budget, we've got our meeting here at 7 p.m., but we do, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for correcting me, and Bobby for, and
Change
Jim.
yours back to 5:30 next
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Yep.
Dr. Von.
You were correct, you were correct.
We do need to be here at 5:30 for VDOT, our 6-year plan program. We'll be here at 5:30, so apologize for that. And then we'll be followed by our budget hearing. Capital improvement plan has been sent out to all the county departments and agencies. They're due on May 14th. And last thing was that our solid waste positions, as I mentioned, the additional equipment operator and truck driver positions, they'll start Monday. Our second truck has been down the last week. Parts have been ordered. Most of it were delivered today. They're hoping to have the truck in operation tomorrow, which will allow us to hopefully clean out the trash from all our cans at the sites.
So let's give you 2 full-time trash truck drivers.
Should give us 2 trash truck drivers, and we've got one of our other equipment operators or 2 are also have their CDLs.
Full-time
Where it
driver.
was 1 full-time, 1 part.
And if we can get the wrecked Mack back up and running, which happened last year, and we get the insurance money, that'll give us a reserve truck. So when the truck goes down, we've got a 3rd truck to pull out to drive as well. So if we can ever get 2 drivers and 3 trucks, I think we'll be pretty good shape. Happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
While we're there, do we want to discuss it all? Landfill changes, we want to wait till next week and kind of see what's what as far as.
Yeah, I think we still need to talk schedules, and I'll be, pass these down too. There you go.
I got you, give him one and hand me the
There you
rest.
go. Oh, well, one more.
Sorry.
You get one more.
I got you, Bob.
All right. This is just, so every year the state does what they call a comparative report on local government spending. The last one available was 2019. We are not yet in the 2020 data. But I put together a couple of charts looking at the county against our neighbors, Amelia, Appomattox, Charlotte, Cumberland, Lunenburg, and Nottaway. It's interesting to see, we're below, and you can either look, we're either low or we get a lot of return on our investment, however you want to look at it. I think with all the categories except corrections and detention, public safety, and community development, we're below the average for those categories. And we're last in healthcare, education, and total expenditures, next to last in general government administration, public works, law enforcement, traffic control, and public library. But it gives you a good snapshot of where our spending is going into the budget versus what other counties do. Again, I think it is. You folks get a good return on investment for what we're spending. But I think it also gives you some ammunition when people come and say, y'all are overspending down at the courthouse. And you say, no, not really. If you look at where we stack up compared to our neighbors, we don't overspend a whole lot. So just hopefully give you some information. We'll annually update that.
Thank you, Doug. Rest of it's pretty much informational, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We got the one thing on the table pack.
Yes,
Tony.
we're gonna,
The dog.
yep. You wanna address that, Doug?
Did I give you my table back?
I don't know, because I don't have one. You can give it to me.
Hold on. Oh, I had it earlier right here. Yeah, so we've got an additional appropriation. I know the sheriff would be mad if we didn't get that taken care of tonight. The sheriff is requesting the board appropriate $6,500 from the forfeited asset fund to acquire a new canine for the department. He was able to identify a dog that was, I'll say, reasonably priced. I know he's been searching, trying to find a donated animal. We've got somebody in the academy, and unfortunately, the donated dogs had not worked out, so we were wasting our time and resources with those animals, but able to identify one, and we're able to use the asset forfeiture funds, which we're able to avoid spending general fund dollars, and I appreciate the sheriff offering that up. Sheriff, anything else I'm missing you want to add?
You have anything, Tony, that you want to add to anything tonight?
Since the last time we talked, and I know this is not really what we're talking about, but the farm repair. Did a little checking and found out that we can make stops on vehicles with the farm repair. We make a safety check, we use the traffic call to stop the vehicle, then we can write for other violations. So we have at this time stopped about 20 of those vehicles. And there's a lot of some, we're gonna continue to do.
Very good.
Thank you.
Good job.
Also, keep us updated on that 307 deal. I know Bobby was talking about it earlier, and I came through there again this week, and that corner, I know they keep putting gravel there, but as many people as have to run off of that side to keep from hitting somebody else, they need to gravel the whole median there, because it's two-track trailers, like Bobby said earlier, you get there and no one knows what to do, and the person in the left lane is screwed.
Right.
I think, it's gonna come down to the speed will have to be reduced in the zone to like 45 like it is in Greenville.
Or come back and change that and leave two lanes going through and a lead in, something, but it's dangerous there. It's dangerous with, especially with big trucks in a car, because there's nowhere to go. There's just nowhere to go.
And did we ever figure out what happened with that tractor trailer that was stuck there for 6 hours?
Yeah.
Tandems broke off.
That's faulty.
Yeah.
But it just, the truck was faulty, or was it because of the dip?
No, the road had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
That was just a,
Tandems just broke off.
Okay.
And it took over 5 hours to get it cleaned up.
I'm gonna move that we approve the sheriff request for the K-9. For the
there's
Second.
Long as
been,
I take a deer hunt.
that's right. Been a motion made and seconded, Ms. Pride?
Yes.
Myself, yes. Patty?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes.
Jim? Bobby?
Yes.
Jerry?
Yes.
Lou?
Yes,
Oh,
I got a beagle, I'll give you two.
anything that we need to,
That's it.
is there any questions from the board?
Well, I don't have a question, but I would like to, say tomorrow at 10:30, I'm meeting with the board chair and vice chair of the school to look at the elementary school, the roof and buildings, and anybody would like to go with me, you're welcome to be there at 10:30 at the elementary school. I'm very much aware of how it looks, but I told them I would tour with them.
I'm gonna try to go with you, Dr. Pryor.
That would be great.
Mr. Chairman?
What,
Yes, ma'am.
If I may say, the county's next mass vaccination clinic is April 30th. So if any board member would like to volunteer, we'd be happy to put you to work that day.
What day is it on?
If you, excuse me?
What day is it on?
That is Friday, April the 30th at the Pepia Gymnasium. If you know of anyone, because at that point, we will be past the April 18th date where the governor has opened vaccines up, please encourage people to go to vaccinefinder.org, as Trey mentioned earlier, or to go through the state call-in number to schedule an appointment. If
Well,
you'd
what
like to
date is this
volunteer,
now?
we'd be happy to put you
April
to work.
30.
It's Friday the 30th. So if you know of anybody in your district, in your neighborhood, in your family, in your church, that would be the next big mass vaccination clinic in the county.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
One little thing to tell you, I talked to LW the other day, they did go to Roanoke to inspect the new engine for Ham Sydney. And they possibly could have it within the next week or so. They're finishing up on it, so. He said that they'd like to maybe bring it, or if y'all wanna come take a look at it once we get it, maybe to do it.
One, just a real quick thing before someone makes an adjournment. The Crossroads thing, I would ask that you all to take a serious, I'll say look for lack of a better word. I guess we're gonna vote on this pretty soon as to what we're gonna do. Do some serious thinking about what we wanna do or whatever else. There's been a lot of information brought out that's disturbing and a lot of things that's just the way it is because of the agency, but.
I think we need to have a good discussion about everything that was talked about.
Is it possible to bring in the other 6 counties or something and sit down and talk to them?
I'm gonna talk to a couple, I'm gonna ask Doug also just to touch base with the other administrators and see what they're thinking. Last time we did that, I think I got him in trouble inadvertently. I didn't realize that, and I'll take the heat from that particular person because I know him well. But, yes, I think that it's something that the other counties, I know that one of the other counties at the meeting was very hesitant also to spend any money.
I'll admit there's a problem there, but the problem with not fully funding it is be the patient that's gonna suffer.
Yes.
I agree.
Ms.
I agree.
Baker will suffer, her
I agree.
salary will be
I agree.
$124,000.
I think that you're exactly right, and I think bringing her into a meeting and realizing that people are very concerned about what's going on may open some doors or shock some people or whatever else. I think I think it'll help us, but I'm not asking you not to fund it or to fund it. I'm just saying, just think about it and how we want to go about.
I'll sit on Jack to get the minutes and the other things that are hard copies and whatnot and get that to you.
Appreciate it.
I'd like to have clarification on this LLC that supposedly owns this property, and these are all volunteers. And when they sell it, where is the money gonna go? Whose pocket is it?
There's the question that was
I never
asked.
could understand that.
That question was asked that no one seems to be able to come up with is, if you sell it, who gets the money? Where does the money go?
Who pays the taxes
Who
on it right now?
pays?
Well, you can get that, that's public record.
Yeah.
And you can get copies of the deeds too, and that will tell you something.
But if the LLC is paying the taxes, we still don't know who the LLC is.
I think they do, I don't think it's tax exempt.
I don't think it is either, no, because it's,
We
They
pay
It's
are
owned
leasing it.
privately.
because it's
It's not
privately owned.
Well, it's not.
Guess what? Parkview
Non-funded.
Gardens
It's
is-
not donated, so.
is
all
in
entitled to pay
an
that.
LLC. Once VIP Management sold that property, it's in local business owners right here in Farmville.
So it
It's
has
called, their legal name is Farmville Parkview Gardens LLC. You're not gonna find out who owns the LLC part of it.
You know?
That is protected.
You can find their registered agent and their.
That's it.
Correct,
Right.
that's it.
But you won't,
You can find the deed and whatever.
But yes, those are some questions that still, regardless of what we do as far as funding, something that we don't need to drop the ball on in the next few months or in the future, whatever else, to continue to find out what's going on and who. I mean, it's $18.3 million budget there, when you figure it all in. That's a big budget.
And I would like to know how much of that is payroll and how much is actually being used to.
That,
To
I guess
help
that's
the-
freedom of information. We can ask for that and see.
70-some employees.
Yeah.
That's a big.
That's a big.
Majority of it is payroll.
It's a huge drop from the top to
That's a
bottom.
lot of employees, man.
David, I would just like to make a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree totally with Bobby, and I was gonna say the same thing. I don't think they should be denied the money. Maybe something else needs to take place, and I will leave it right at that. I care not to elaborate more.
I understand. Well, that's just, it's in our budget at this particular point, so I'm not,
Right.
but we do want to look at that and look at the long term, because as everyone brought up, even Ms. Baker inadvertently brought up, that the people that are there, something has to be done with them. I mean, it's not, they can't be just turned out. I mean, they're not quite as sharp as I am, and that's.
The lady and the
That
gentleman
doesn't say a whole lot, so.
that spoke back here in the corner, I was very impressed with what they had to say, with the years they put in, and they really showed concern for these people.
And they truly are. I can remember the day that they returned. I remember it like it was yesterday. And there was no notice. I mean,
You get people like that seem to be highly qualified, you just don't
no.
send them at the door.
You're senior staff and you're just new there and you'll get rid of them.
50% in a 30-minute period.
Yeah.
That's
Something's
pretty scary.
Really off base.
Ms. Booth, in their original budget pack, there's 3 pages, two-sided, that are just employee positions and salaries. They truly are one of the larger
in there.
employers. And they're, your salaries are ranging from 131,000 at the top down to, in the 20s, but there's a lot of, 80, 90, $60,000 positions, so these are pretty sizable.
All right.
I got one more thing
Yes,
to
sir.
add before we close. Real simple. I'm upset that it doesn't seem like we're making any progress at all to getting our high school accredited. And, I passed out a pamphlet and whatnot, and I mentioned casually in there that NASA has a lot to provide. I would like to have Sarah Puckett, if she would, just tell you what her daughter has gone through with NASA. Would you do that just a couple of minutes?
Yes, sir. Mr. Wilk and I had a conversation a few days ago, and he mentioned the NASA programs. I think it was 3 years ago. There's a program through NASA called BLAST, and I'm going to say it's available to every school child in Virginia, because it was available to my child, and she goes to an independent school. You had to apply, but it allowed her to go to Virginia Tech and spend 3.5 days on the campus at no cost to her parents, and she was able to tour all of the engineering and science labs at Virginia Tech. And they also run this program through ODU and UVA, but Grace chose to go to Virginia Tech. So we went to Virginia Tech. But it was a great program, and she got to see things that she would have never seen. Of course, her favorite one was the football helmet lab. Not quite sure what that was, where they test the capabilities of football helmets. But that's just one example. When Jim mentioned it, I told him that Grace had in fact participated in a program. It takes somebody's initiative to apply. The student has to sit down and apply, but it's a program that any child could participate in because it was free. And there were kids from all over Virginia, independent schools, public schools. She met kids from all over Virginia at that program.
Sarah also said she came back all excited and whatnot about going to college and things like that. I think if we can get somebody, and I'm in the process of working on that right now, how to fill out a bunch of forms, but to get somebody from NASA to come in here and speak to the school kids and so forth, and maybe excite them about something, but they offer grants, they offer trips like that, they offer bus trips to Wallops Island and Langley, and just all sorts of things, it's free. But maybe we could get something excited and whatnot, and they're both, Patty and Odessa know %1000s more than I do about schools and whatnot, but anybody that would come in and talk to the kids like that, I think they could excite them and maybe get some of these kids to say, hey, yeah, maybe I ought to get involved more in math and science and some things like that. But anyway, I had to fill out all these forms and whatnot, and I requested a speaker, and if they will allow a speaker to come in, then I'm gonna take it, I'm gonna talk to Patty and Odessa, but take it to the school board and say, hey, this is available. I mean, I certainly can't push it in or anything like that, but I think they'd be foolish not to accept it. I mean, I can even see it doing it at Jarman Hall, take the whole school. But anyway, that's all I have.
Sounds good.
Anything else?
Anything but applying math teachers yet?
Not yet.
No.
Is there a motion made to adjourn?
And they,
So moved.
Recess.
they lose their
That's
chemistry
right.
teacher too.
I'll
The best
back
there
up and
is.
say, is there a motion made
So
to
that's gonna be
recess
tough.
until 5:30
Two.
next Tuesday, correct?
That's
The
right.
20th,
So moved.
all right? In that
Second.
case, a second? Ms.
Yes.
Bride, myself, yes. Patty?
Yes.
Beverly?
Yes.
Jim? Bobby? Jerry? Lou?
Yes.
Get the budget, they can start offering contracts.
Planning any corn yet?
Miss Wilson.
A little too early for me, I guess. Kidding me.
And that science and math, so let me tell you, it's gonna be hard finding a chemistry teacher.
Right.
And do you realize that she used to teach?
So do they have a cost share program right now for the injection?
From Longwood,
Guess what? My brother was.
got state on.
That's terrific.
awesome.
Plus it's a
He's gonna be
better,
tough.
it's their longer term. That's right, that's right.
And he said, I'd like to finish school
Isn't that
first.
Oh,
So
yeah.
they agreed.
Yes.
The day contract, he graduated. He quit school,
What,
they
where are
integrated,
you
he was
getting your
harassed
letter
every
from?
day
Same
with
people you've been
knives
getting
and
from?
stuff. And
You
he
don't think most all of it moved or you?
Never went to
He ain't got
IB.
much forward this year. He stole some guy at a time for, he didn't worry about it.
And that's what he did.
Maybe those.
We were running that same thing, boy, was supposed to have it paid for and whatever else, and now it's not, but about little